In the fall of 2011, Penn State University assistant football coach Jerry Sandusky was charged with 52 counts of sex crimes against young boys. As the investigation unfurled, the public learned that Sandusky had been using grooming techniques to target and abuse vulnerable young boys that he came into contact with through his charitable foundation designed to help at risk youth. In my opinion, this is how you treat an offender. You don't empathize, sympathize, apologize, or support them. You don't enable them. Because when you do, the saga continues. They create more victims along the way, with you as their crutch. They create scars that will never go away. Sometimes we never even hear the stories. But if we're lucky, a victim speaks out. And if we listen, we'll know exactly who we should be supporting. And in my book, it's never going to be the offender. Much love and respect to any and all victims that may hear the sound of my voice right now. I am so very, very sorry that you had to go through that and that you're still dealing with it. Remember to pat yourself on the back because you are a survivor. And if that's not the term that you use to describe yourself, I apologize. But you did survive. And that's a big, big deal. This video is for you. Please be empowered.
I don't know if you all know this, and I know that the world is watching. I know this because I'm on the bench every day, and this isn't the only heinous crime that appears in this court. The National Crime Victimization Survey that's done by the Justice Department annually reports that 310 out of every 1,000 assaults are reported to police, which means that 2 out of 3 go unreported. The voices of the survivors have asked everyone, report, keep your voice up. Rachel's voice hopefully will raise these numbers of reports and all of your voices. But that statistic does not include children 12 and under. 1 in 10 children will be sexually abused by their 18th birthday. 1 in 7 girls, 1 in 25 boys by their 18th birthday. That means that in the United States, I'm not talking about any other country, but in the United States, 400,000 babies born in the U.S. will become victims of child sexual abuse. It stops now. Speak out like these survivors. Become part of the army. I do one case at a time. And I really so very much appreciate all of your thank yous. I've read some of the Twitters and Facebooks and all of what's going on in the media. I'm not special. I'm doing my job. If you come into my courtroom any Wednesday and watch sentencing, I give everybody a voice. I give defendants a voice, their families when they're here. I give victims a voice. I try to treat everybody like family because that's the justice system that I was raised to believe in. I came to this country stateless. I'm naturalized. My father's Maltese, my mother's German, and I was raised on old country values. And my grandmother always told me, and my parents always told me, my grandfather too, that America is the greatest country. I believe that. That's why I served in the military. That's why I've always done community service. I'm not really well liked because I speak out. I don't have many friends because I speak out. If you ask me a question, you better be ready for the answer. I speak out because I want change, because I don't believe in hiding the truth, and I'm not saying I'm always right, but I try. I also don't believe that one size fits all when it comes to sentencing. Another reason I listen. I know that there are some judges, for every crime, they give the same punishment. I don't think that's justice. I believe in individualized sentencing. I follow the Constitution, and I believe our system works. I also believe these survivors. Now, there's case law about how I can consider what I can consider. And first and foremost, my sentence reflects the 7 in regard to who defendant pled to. But the remainder of you, the 161 others, add to the credibility of those 7. So technically I'm considering everything, everyone, because your crime, all of your crimes, the depth of them have cut into the core of this community and many communities and all of the families and people we don't even know. And sir, the media has asked me to release your letter. I'm not going to do that. Counsel may object, the media may object, but there is some information in here that troubles me in regard to the victims. And I don't want them re-victimized by the words that you have in here. But I do want to read some more of your letter. And the reason I want to do that is because I've considered it in sentencing as an extension of your apology and whether I believe it or not. So I want you to hear your words. I've already read some and I'm not reading every line. Well, let me begin. The federal judge went ballistic at sentencing since I pled guilty to the state cases and spent 10% on the federal case and 90% on the state cases and civil suits. She gave me 60 years instead of 5 to 20 years, in parentheses, 3 consecutive 20-year sentences. I pleaded guilty to possession of porn from 9/2004 to 12/2004, 4 months. The prosecutor even admitted that I never belonged to any porn sites any chat rooms, was not on the dark web, and also they could not prove I viewed it. It was all deleted, of course. I shared my electronics, and I could not prove that. So for 4 months of porn possession from 2004, I was sentenced to 60 years. Not proper, appropriate, fair. Going down a few lines. What I did in the state cases was medical, not sexual. But because of the porn, I lost all support, thus another reason for the state guilty plea. Let me move down further. So I tried to avoid a trial to save the stress to this community, my family, the victims. Yet look what is happening. It is wrong. Let me move down further. I was a good doctor because my treatments worked, and those patients that are now speaking out were the same ones that praised and came back over and over and referred family and friends to see me. The media convinced them that everything I did was wrong and bad. They feel I broke their trust. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. It is just a complete nightmare. The stories that are being fabricated to sensationalize this, then the AG would only accept my plea if I said what I did was not medical and was for my own pleasure. They forced me to say that, or they were going to trial and not accepting the plea. I wanted to plead no contest, but the AG refused that. I was so manipulated by the AG and now Aquilina, and all I wanted was to minimize stress to everyone, like I wrote earlier. Going down a little bit further. In addition, with the federal case, my medical treatments with the Olympic/national team gymnastics were discussed as part of the plea. The FBI investigated them in 2015 and found nothing substantial because it was medical. Now they are seeking the media attention and financial reward. Would you like to withdraw your plea?
No.
Because you are guilty, aren't you? Are you guilty, sir?
I accept my plea. Exactly.
The new sign language has become treatment. These quotes, these air quotes, I will never see them again without thinking of you and your despicable acts. I don't care how they're used, I will always think of quotes and the word treatment. It was not treatment, what you did. It was not medical. There is no medical evidence that was ever brought. When this case first came to me, and I've told you this, and I apologize to the Olympians and athletes, but I have 5 children, 2 dogs. My parents live with me. I work 4 jobs. I don't have much time for television. I don't watch sports. Although last year I was a soccer coach, much to the laughter of my family. I didn't know anything about you, or your name, or anything that was going on. And so when I kept saying, we're going to trial, here's the date, and everyone wanted more time, I said, nope, here's the cutoff. And then the cases were merged and we delayed it. And I still thought, well, maybe there's a defense of medical treatment. And why did I think that? Because it's my job to be fair and impartial, but also because my two brothers and my father are very well known and respected doctors, real doctors with real treatments and research, dedicated to healing. I haven't considered that in this case, but I have heard from your survivors now that they trust doctors like I trust the doctors in my family and the doctors I go to. But I still thought, well, there's a defense of medical treatment, and there are changes in the medical community every day for the betterment. So up until the time you pled, I believed that maybe there was a defense here, despite the felony information. I was ready for trial. Your counsel was ready for trial. The Attorney General's office was ready for trial. You, sir, decided to plead because there was no medical treatment. You did this for your pleasure and your control. This letter, which comes 2 months after your plea, tells me that you have not yet owned what you did, that you still think that somehow you are right, that you are a doctor, that you're entitled, that you don't have to listen, and that you did treatment. I wouldn't send my dogs to you, sir. There's no treatment here. You finally told the truth. Inaction is an action. Silence is indifference. Justice requires action and a voice, and that is what has happened here in this court. 168 buckets of water were placed on your so-called match that got out of control. I also, like law enforcement, or like the Attorney General, want to thank law enforcement for their investigation, but I also want to be the voice on behalf of these survivors who asks law enforcement to continue their fine work and to also include the federal government. There has to be a massive investigation as to why there was inaction, why there was silence. Justice requires more than what I can do on this bench. I want to also applaud all of the counsel in the Attorney General's office. I want to also applaud defense counsel. You all have done fine work. You've made me proud of our legal system. We all work together for the betterment of our community, and that is law enforcement, prosecutors, defense counsel, investigators. There are countless people. It's the only way our system works. We need this balance. So all of you, when I look at myself as Lady Justice, my arms are like this. They are balanced. Prosecution, defense, they're balanced. It only starts to tip after there's a plea, and after I take into consideration everything that's happened. So I want everyone to understand I've also done my homework. I always do. People versus Wakalowski. I'm sure I slaughtered the name. I apologize, but it is spelled Waclawski. 286 Mishap 634. It's a 2009 case. And in it, and I want you to clearly understand, it says, plainly, the law does not limit victims' impact statements to direct victims. It doesn't say, and I have found nowhere that limits me from having you hear all of your victims. As I said before, when counsel came to me and said, we're not going to go to trial, despite our court having already sent out 200 of the 800 juror requests, and they told me their plea, and would I consider it in lieu of trial, there was the agreement between us because I always, and they know it, they are familiar with me, let people speak. And I wanted all victims. And we had a discussion about which victims. And of course, there was an objection to one of them. I let it come in anyway. That was part of the plea that you entered into to allow the victim impact statements. Because after that discussion, I know your lawyers, as good as they are, sat down with you and said, the judge is going to allow this. And when it comes down to it, I know it also because this was signed by the Attorney General, by defendant, and by defendant's counsel on November 22nd, 2017. Aside from the letter that you wrote a couple of months after your plea, which tells me you still don't get it, there's something I don't understand and I want to make clear. Sir, you knew you had a problem. That is clear to me. You knew you had a problem from a very young age, even before you were a doctor. You could have taken yourself away from temptation, and you did not. But worse yet, there isn't a survivor who hasn't come in here and said how world-renowned you were. I trust what they say. You could have gone anywhere in the world to be treated. You could have gone to any resort, any doctor, place where you could get treatment. In Europe, they have all sorts of hidden places for things like this. No one had to know, and you could have found some treatment, some help, taken some medicine. You would have done that if you had cancer. I know you would have. You're about self-preservation. But you decided to not address what's inside you that causes this control urge, that causes you to be a sexual predator. So your urges escalated, and based on the numbers that we all know go unreported, I can't even guess how many vulnerable children and families you actually assaulted. Your decision to assault was precise, calculated, manipulative, devious, despicable. I don't have to add words because your survivors have said all of that. I don't want to repeat it. You can't give them back their innocence, their youth. You can't give a father back his life, or one of your victims her life when she took it. You can't return the daughter to the mother, the father to the daughter. You played on everyone's vulnerability
to make this statement here today, and thank you for providing the time and flexibility for all the other brave survivors to make their statement.
What would you like me to know?
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement here today, and thank you for providing the time and flexibility for all the other brave survivors to make their statement. Each survivor deserves to be heard equally. I didn't think I would be here today. I was scared and nervous. It wasn't until I started watching the impact statements from the other brave survivors that I realized I too needed to be here. Larry, you do realize now that we, this group of women you so heartlessly abused over such a long period of time, are now a force and you are nothing. The tables have turned, Larry. We are here. We have our voices and we are not going anywhere. And now, Larry, it's your turn to listen to me. There is no map that shows you the pathway to healing. Realizing that you are a survivor of sexual abuse is really hard to put into words. I cannot adequately capture the level of disgust I feel when I think about how this happened. Larry, you abused the power and trust I and so many others placed in you, and I am not sure I will ever come to terms with how horribly you manipulated and violated me. You were the USA Gymnastics national team doctor, the Michigan team doctor. You were trusted by so many and took advantage of countless athletes and their families. The effects of your actions are far-reaching. Abuse goes way beyond the moment, often haunting survivors for the rest of their lives, making it difficult to trust and impacting their relationships. It is all the more devastating when such abuse comes at the hand of such a highly regarded doctor, since it leaves survivors questioning the organizations and even the medical profession itself upon which so many rely. I am here to face you, Larry, so you can see I've regained my strength, that I'm no longer a victim, I'm a survivor. I am no longer that little girl you met in Australia where you first began grooming and manipulating. As for your letter yesterday, you are pathetic to think that anyone would have any sympathy for you. You think this is hard for you? Imagine how all of us feel. Imagine how it feels to be an innocent teenager in a foreign country, hearing a knock on the door, and it's you. I don't want you to be there, but I don't have a choice. Treatments with you were mandatory. You took advantage of that. You even told on us if we didn't want to be treated by you, knowing full well the troubles that would cause for us. Lying on my stomach with you on my bed, insisting that your inappropriate touch would help to heal my pain. The reality is you caused me a great deal of physical, mental, and emotional pain. You never healed me. You took advantage of our passions and our dreams. You made me uncomfortable, and I thought you were weird. But I felt guilty because you were a doctor, so I assumed I was the problem for thinking badly of you. I wouldn't allow myself to believe that the problem is you. From the time we were little, we are taught to trust doctors. You are so sick, I can't even comprehend how angry I feel when I think of you. You lied to me and manipulated me to think that when you treated me, you were closing your eyes because you had been working hard when you were really touching me, an innocent child, to pleasure yourself. Imagine feeling like you have no power and no voice. Well, you know what, Larry? I have both power and voice, and I am only beginning to just use them. All these brave women have power, and we will use our voices to make sure you get what you deserve. A life of suffering spent replaying the words delivered by this powerful army of survivors. I am also here to tell you to your face, Larry, that you have not taken gymnastics away from me. I love this sport, and that love is stronger than the evil that resides in you and those who enabled you to hurt many people. You already know you're going away to a place where you won't be able to hurt anybody ever again. But I am here to tell you that I will not rest until every last trace of your influence on this sport has been destroyed like the cancer it is. Your abuse started 30 years ago, but that's just the first reported incident we know of. If over these many years just one adult listened and had the courage and character to act, this tragedy could have been avoided. I and so many others would have never, ever met you. Larry, you should have been locked up a long, long time ago. Fact is, we have no idea how many people you victimized or what was done or not done that allowed you to keep doing it and to get away with it for so long. Over those 30 years, when survivors came forward, adult after adult, many in positions of authority protected you, telling each survivor it was okay, that you weren't abusing them. In fact, many adults had you convince the survivors that they were being dramatic or had been mistaken. This is like being violated all over again. How do you sleep at night? You were decorated by USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic Committee, both of which put you on advisory boards and committees to come up with policies that would protect athletes from this kind of abuse. You are the person they had, quote, take the lead of athlete care. You are the person they say, quote, provided the foundation for our medical system. I cringe to think that your influence remains in the policies that are supposed to keep athletes safe, that these organizations have for years claimed, quote, state of the art. To believe in the future of gymnastics is to believe in change. But how are we to believe in change when these organizations aren't even willing to acknowledge the problem? It's easy to put out statements talking about how athlete care is the highest priority. But they've been saying that for years, and all the while this nightmare was happening. False assurances from organizations are dangerous, especially when people want so badly to believe them. They make it easier to look away from the problem and enable bad things to continue to happen. And even now, after all that has happened, USA Gymnastics has the nerve to say the very same things it has said all along. Can't you see how disrespectful that is? Can't you see how much that hurts? A few days ago, USA Gymnastics put out a statement attributed to its president and CEO, Carrie Perry, saying she came to listen to the courageous women and said, quote, their powerful voices leave an indelible imprint on me and will impact my decision as president and CEO every day. This sounds great, Miss Perry, but at this point, talk is cheap. You left midway through the day and no one has heard from you or the board. Carrie, I have never met you, and I know you weren't around for most of this, but you accepted the position of President and CEO of USA Gymnastics, and I assume by now you are very well aware of the weighty responsibility you've taken on. Unfortunately, you've taken on an organization that I feel is rotting from the inside, and while this may not be what you thought you were getting into, you will be judged by how you deal with it. A word of advice. Continuing to issue statements of empty promises, thinking that will pacify us, will no longer work. Yesterday, USA Gymnastics announced that it was terminating its lease at the ranch, where so many of us were abused. I am glad that it is no longer a national team training site, but USA Gymnastics neglected to mention that they had athletes training there the day they released the statement. USA Gymnastics, where is the honesty? Where is the transparency? Why must the manipulation continue? Neither USA Gymnastics nor the USOC have reached out to express sympathy or even offer support. Not even to ask, how did this happen? What do you think we can do to help? Why have I and others here probably not heard anything from the leadership at the USOC? Why has the United States Olympic Committee been silent? Why isn't the USOC here right now? Larry was the Olympic doctor and he molested me at the 2012 London Olympic Games. They say now they applaud those who have spoken out, but it's easier to say that now. When the brave women who started speaking out back then, more than a year after the USOC says they knew about Nasser, they were dismissed. At the 2016 Olympic Games, the president of the USOC said that the USOC would not conduct an investigation and even defended USA Gymnastics as one of the leaders in developing policies to protect athletes. That's the response a courageous woman gets when she speaks out. And when others joined those athletes and began speaking out with more stories of abuse, were they acknowledged? No. It is like being abused all over again. I have represented the United States of America in 2 Olympics and have done so successfully. And both USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic Committee have been very quick to capitalize and celebrate my success. But did they reach out when I came forward? No. So at this point, talk is worthless to me. We're dealing with real lives in the future of our sport. We need to believe this won't happen again. For this sport to go on, we need to demand real change, and we need to be willing to fight for it. It's clear now that if we leave it up to these organizations, history is likely to repeat itself. To know what changes are needed requires us to understand what exactly happened and why it has happened. This is a painful process, but it's the only way to identify all the factors that contributed to this problem and how they can be avoided in the future. This is the only way to learn from these mistakes and make gymnastics a safer sport. If ever there was a need to fully understand a problem, it is this one right now. To accept that problem is limited to just what we know now is irresponsible, delusional even. Each new day seems to bring a new survivor. We have no idea just how much damage you caused, Larry, and we have no idea how deep these problems go. Now is the time to acknowledge that the very person who sits here before us now, who perpetrated the worst epidemic of sexual abuse in the history of sports, who is going to be locked up for a long, long time. This monster was also the architect of policies and procedures that are supposed to protect athletes from sexual abuse for both USA Gymnastics and the USOC. If we are to believe in change, we must first understand the problem and everything that contributed to it. Now is not the time for false reassurances. We need an independent investigation of exactly what happened, what went wrong, and how it can be avoided for the future. Only then can we know what changes are needed. Only then can we believe such changes are real. Your Honor, I ask you to give Larry the strongest possible sentence which his actions deserve. For by doing so, you will send a message to him and to other abusers that they cannot get away with their horrible crimes. They will be exposed for the evil they are, and they will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Let this sentence strike fear in anyone who thinks it is okay to hurt another person. Abusers, your time is up. The survivors are here, standing tall, and we are not going anywhere. And please, Your Honor, stress the need to investigate how this happened so that we can hold accountable those who empowered and enabled Larry Nasser, so we can repair and once again believe in this wonderful sport. My dream is that one day, everyone will know what the words Me Too signify, but they will be educated and able to protect themselves from predators like Larry, so that they will never, ever, ever have to say the words Me Too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm an adult.
This mug belongs to Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein seemed harmless. That's how many of Weinstein's accusers viewed the movie producer for months and even years of their relationship with him. And it's exactly how Manhattan prosecutor says he preyed on women for decades. Different women, decades apart, same crime. New York Assistant District Attorney Megan Haste told jurors during the Weinstein New York rape trial. The man seated right there was not just a titan of Hollywood, he was a rapist, sexually assaulting these women when they refused to comply with his desires and his orders, and using his power and prestige in entertainment to ensure their silence. Prosecutors claimed the media mogul had a pattern of abuse, regularly earning his victims' trust and dangling career opportunities before violently sexually assaulting or raping them. But another alarming parallel that psychology and legal experts have noticed In the modus operandi described by prosecutors is its similarities to a method often used by child sexual abusers called grooming.
This is Melissa Thompson. It's September 2011, and the 28-year-old is in the Weinstein Company offices in New York City. She's here to pitch her tech startup company's new video platform, and as part of the demo, she's recording the meeting.
All right, hello, Melissa Thompson.
Melissa has agreed to talk me through it. She's expecting a meeting with the marketing team, but Weinstein arrives alone, asks staff for privacy, and locks the door. She says that a few hours after this, he raped her.
All right, interrupt. All right, hello, Melissa Thompson.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
Happy New Year.
That's nice. Nice to do that. Not bad.
How's your day?
How's your day?
I was thinking, okay, he's hugging me. What do I do now? I was sensing I have to be a little bit more vigilant of this situation than I originally thought.
Melissa and Weinstein have met briefly once before, but this is their first formal encounter.
So how's it flirt with you?
Well, a little bit.
A little bit, not much,
A little
right? Okay, then, all right, then I won't. So what do you want?
No, it's okay. So I have your hand in so many things, and you do so many things. So I have a lot to tell you.
Every time that he towed the line of being inappropriate enough where I may have said something, he could sense it, and he pulled back, and he changed the dynamic again.
Let's say I wanted to show a trailer. You mean of
Yeah.
my movie? You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
I have the Marilyn Monroe movie.
So let's talk about Marilyn Monroe movie. People who would be interested in that movie. Who would be interested in that movie?
Just tell me what I can do. Yeah, it's fun to do this.
Okay,
But I'm
so
actually seriously having a conversation. Yeah.
good. We can do both.
Okay, then there's
Okay,
nothing
so would it be what's the target demographic?
women.
Okay, so
Whatever.
we're gonna buy space. We're gonna buy ad space on Vogue.com.
Do you think you might have encouraged him?
I don't think I purposely encouraged him. At first, I tried to, volley a bit with him. If he would make a comment, I would try to catch it and return it in a way that felt it's a little safer than the way he threw it at me.
Okay.
Now I see he's
Whenever
trying
I
to,
buy their boundaries,
in any way you can, move me into that zone of comfortable then uncomfortable and confused and vulnerable, and recognizing that he's powerful and I'm not, and that I need this deal from him, and he has the power to give it to me.
We can have like to win 2 VIP passes to the premiere in New York, and they have to like it. So now you're generating all these likes on your Facebook page.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to use your service
Good,
on Marilyn Monroe,
good.
and then you can sign me up. Tell your boss.
And so he's going from almost pulling a trigger on using this platform to then he would put his hand up under the table, up my dress. I was trying to save face a bit. At first I was trying to kind of manage the situation. There was a combination of confidence and naivety that led me to, this dynamic that we see now.
Data's so hot, right?
What's that?
Data's so hot.
It is hot. You're hot. You gotta live with it. It's okay.
A little bit. A little hot. It's a little high. That's a little high. So another thing I was thinking is, Sarah. I don't know how much you were involved, but the Sarah Jessica Parker movie with Skyrocket. Were you using Skyrocket? Some kind of app thing. I don't know. Never mind. It's like a buy the look where they wanted to in the trailer. They wanted people to be able to buy her clothing. So they partner with Outlook and whatever Blue Fly.
It's not me.
Okay, whatever. I can do that too.
I tried to keep it on script in terms of pitching him the product, but
He was still touching you on the shoulder.
he was still touching me on the
What's running through your
shoulder.
head as that's happening?
What do I do? How did I get myself here? I lost my train of thought, and I was trying so hard to gain back my own mental footing. At some point, his whole affect changed, and and he looked like a predator. His eyes became dark.
What would you say to someone who might watch that and say, well, Melissa was flirting with him? Is that what you see when you watch it?
It was more tricky than I think it's possible to judge from looking at it. I worked on Wall Street before I went to business school, and I worked in an environment that was heavily male-dominated. I thought I could handle it. I had never met anyone that I couldn't handle until Harvey Weinstein.
You want some water?
When you go to the kitchen, you adjust the angle of the computer.
I did.
Why?
I knew that I was losing the ability to control the situation and keep it professional, so I had entered that fight or flight mode, and I was scared of him.
What are you doing afterwards? Meeting later. I'm gonna go edit a movie.
What was
I'm
that?
gonna go edit a movie, but I'll meet you somewhere. I'll meet you for a drink.
What time?
It's 3:34. I'll meet you at 30 Tribeca Graham.
Okay.
Were you under the impression that that meeting was to close the deal, potentially?
Yes, so it wasn't at 10 p.m., it wasn't an invitation to come to his hotel room, it was an invitation to a hotel lobby that was within blocks of the office, and so that to me felt much safer than being alone with him in his office.
Melissa says Weinstein came to the hotel lobby and told her to follow him. She assumed they were going to a conference room, but it was Weinstein's hotel room. There, she says, he raped her.
If I would try to fight myself away from him, he would then move around to a place where he could block me in somewhere, and he's a big individual, and I constantly felt trapped no matter where I turned. Or he cornered me over and over again.
Melissa's business meeting and the alleged rape are part of a class action lawsuit against Weinstein and others connected to him who might have known what was happening.
Had people been more vocal and not said, yeah, that's Harvey, or yeah, we have to live with that. You don't. We don't have to live with things that are illegal and abusive, and we don't have to live with being raped when we think we're going to a business meeting.
In a statement, Harvey Weinstein's lawyer Benjamin Brafman said, several respected journalists and trustworthy individuals have seen the entire video. The video, when viewed in its entirety, in context and not in select excerpts, demonstrates that there is nothing forceful but casual, if not awkward flirting from both parties. Anything short of that is intended to make Mr. Weinstein appear inappropriate and even exploitative. It was produced by Ms. Thompson to bolster her position in a civil lawsuit seeking money. This is a further attempt to publicly disgrace Mr. Weinstein for financial gain, and we will not stand for it. Facts do matter.
Ashley Judd telling her story. It's her first television interview since going public with her claims against Harvey Weinstein. In many ways, her allegation helped ignite a firestorm. Now more than 65 women have come forward, and she spoke one-on-one to our Diane Sawyer. Good to see you, Diane.
Great to see you, Robin, and you're exactly right. It kind of lit a fire across this country among women of all professions, every part of the nation, when they heard the story of Ashley Judd and the women in Hollywood and the man who was standing at the gateway of their work and their dreams.
Ashley Judd, who says for the women who came forward, it's not about fearlessness, but taking action despite your fears.
Well, here we are. Did you ever imagine a day in which so many people would be talking about something inside you for so long?
Well, first of all, I'm very blessed to be here, and I know that, so thank you. And I didn't expect that I would feel tearful, but it's been an absolutely tremendously moving 2.5 or 3 weeks.
She says before she decided to speak out, it was frightening. Not clear whether anyone would believe the women or anyone would care.
I went on a run, and I thought, oh, sometimes people say they pray on runs, or they get clarity about things, and they use it to process and sort. And so that's what I did on this particular run on Peach Holler Road, one of my favorite country roads. I made the most important decision I'll ever make years ago, which is to turn my will and my life over to the care of a loving God. And it was like, I'm so taken care of, I'm totally going to do this. I also talked with my dad, and when I talked with my mom, I told her what I was thinking about doing, and she said, go get him.
Mom would be Naomi Judd, who, with her daughter Winona, was already part of a legendary singing duo. But the youngest daughter, Ashley, says she had a different idea. She got in her banged-up car, left Kentucky, to act and tell the stories of people she loved.
Your people being...
Good old hillbillies, Appalachian folk, yes, yes.
In Hollywood, she says she got some small parts, then larger ones, and she got the attention of one of the reigning titans of the business, producer Harvey Weinstein. Of the more than 60 women who have now come forward to say they were his prey, nearly 20 say it happened before. A girl named Ashley Judd says she entered his hotel room.
He had called, wanted to talk to you. Had you heard about him? Had you heard anything about him? I mean, heard to be wary.
No, I had not. No, I had no warning. I had no warning. I remember the lurch when I went to the desk and I said, Mr. Weinstein, is he on the patio? And they said, he's in his room. And I was like, ugh, are you kidding me?
But you went up because?
I had a business appointment, which is, that's his pattern of sexual predation. That was how he rolled.
She already knew something about sexual predation. She's written about being sexually assaulted when she was young and the terror you feel before you're trapped. And in a pattern so many women say happened to them too, she says the man inside began insistent pressure.
There's this constant grooming negotiation going on. I thought no meant no.
She says he first asked to give her a massage because she must be tired and then asked for her to give him one.
I fought with this volley of no's, which he ignored. Who knows, maybe he heard them as maybe he heard them as yeses, maybe they turned him on.
She says he steered her into a hallway near a closet.
He asked me to pick out his suit for the day.
She also says she remembers the bathroom just ahead, no exit.
I have totally frozen in my mind the floor plan and where the door was behind me and then eventually where that closet was.
She says she wouldn't sit down. She remained standing as she cowered in the hall 5 to 7 minutes and says at one point he asked her to come into the bathroom and watch him take a shower. I had with me a list of the different defenses the women who've come forward say they tried to use to escape. That light tone of voice designed not to offend someone powerful.
Laughing, frozen, panicked. One person said, I sang.
Yeah.
I just started singing.
We act like we're about between 3 and 6 years old in those moments.
But she has an idea. Make a deal. An encounter someday.
And he kept coming back at me with all this other stuff. And finally, I just said, when I win an Oscar in one of your movies, okay? And he was like, yeah, when you get nominated. I said, no. When I win an Oscar. And then I just fled. Which I think, am I proud of that? I'm of two minds. The part that shames myself says no. The part of me that understands the way shame works says that was absolutely brilliant. Good job, kid. You got out of there. Well done. It's a very important word, shame, and it's a very important thing to talk about. So we all do the best we can, and our best is good enough. And it's really okay to have responded however we responded.
She says afterwards she had trouble grasping what had happened, but told her parents enough they could see how shaken she was. And she told other people in private, agents, actors, people who worked in Hollywood at a time when Hollywood turned a blind eye.
And if I could go back retrospectively with a magic wand and say, I wish I could prevent I wish I could prevent it for anyone always. I don't know that I would have been believed. And who was I to tell? I knew it was disgusting. Like, was I going to tell the concierge who sent me up to the room?
There are photos from that time, the Vanity Fair Oscar party. This one released to us by Harvey Weinstein.
He's put up this picture.
Ugh.
Journey said this shows that you were friends, that you were fine, that he even tried to fix you up with his brother, or did fix you up with his brother.
She says they had tea in public.
So you were friends.
No. That's deny, attack, reverse the order of offender and victim.
And she points to a different picture from that same event.
And I hoped I wouldn't pass him, but I did, and he obviously grabbed my hand. It's like the look on my face is abject terror. Like, I can see it in my eyes.
Your elbow,
Yeah.
it seems
Like-
to be pushing him
Yeah.
back while you're holding his hand.
Yeah. It's very, it's very gross. It's very gross. I feel for that 28, 29-year-old woman.
When a person manipulates you to gain your trust, it's called grooming.
And grooming can happen to anyone, but it doesn't happen overnight.
And by the time you realize something's wrong,
you feel like you can't stop it. Senior Pastor Paul was the head guy at my church. Everyone loved him. Because of him, I wanted to be a church leader, so I talked to him whenever I could. When he picked me to be his assistant at church, my parents were so proud. I could see my whole future ahead of me.
Thanks for the help again, Lucas. I'd be lost without you.
He was a great mentor. We talked about guy stuff and growing up and life, and everything made sense. He made me feel smart, and when I felt lonely, he could always tell. He was my friend. The church was my whole world. I wanted to be just like Pastor Paul. So if his long hugs made me uncomfortable, or his touches confused me, I'd tell myself I was wrong for feeling that way. Because I trusted him. He was supposed to be right.
for me, the attention I got from my boss messed with my head, you know? I thought I was supposed to like it. I was stoked to have a job and to be making money. But when my boss AJ was around, things got confusing. She'd get close and talk about how I was her best worker and favorite guy. At first, the attention was nice, and an older woman maybe being into me? Every guy's dream, right? She'd invite me to hang out in her office and gave me beer.
Sometimes Paul picked me for special work with him.
I've got some more work to do in my office. Do you want to join me, Lucas?
I felt important, even though when we were alone, he would do weird things. Sometimes when we were in his office, he would show me porn. He said it was to teach me about sin and temptation. When he touched me, he said it was a way for people to show love, but it made me feel sick.
AJ was my first boss. Fresh Pack was my first job. And money was freedom, you know? And I wanted to keep my job. So I played along. Until this one night, when I closed. Hey, AJ, nobody else is scheduled for the night shift.
No, it's just going to be us. You'll keep me safe.
My shift was almost over when it happened. I wish I could say I wasn't freaked out, but I was. It was one of those moments where your mind just goes numb, you know? And I tried to get a handle on what was happening, but all that came into my head was, I have to go.
With Paul, it got to a point where I couldn't ignore my feelings anymore.
You remind me a lot of myself as a boy, Lucas. Here, I think you'll enjoy this.
I kept telling myself, he's my friend. He's supposed to be looking out for me. But what if that's not true? And nobody would believe me anyway. In that moment, I just wanted out. Stop! I'd heard stories about weird things happening with coaches or church leaders before, but it can be hard to see when it's happening to you. In the beginning, grooming just looks like friendship, because praise, attention, and even some affection can feel harmless at first.
AJ was my boss, so it felt like I had to keep her happy to keep my job. But even though the special treatment felt good sometimes, I didn't want to feel uncomfortable at work.
Paul made me feel important, and everyone trusted him, even my parents. And he was always supposed to be in the right. Even though he gave me responsibility and praise, the way he acted made me feel sick to my stomach.
No matter how much power someone has or what you think might happen when you say no, if they make you feel uncomfortable, they're in the wrong.
I told my parents and the police, and even though everything finally stopped, I still can't believe the power Paul had over me.
Even if it's gone on a long time, and you've gone along with it, you can still speak up for yourself, get away, or get help.
So, as you can see, children can be groomed, teenagers can be groomed, adults can even be groomed. So it's important to know what to look for. Usually, it was somebody they trusted. It can be carried out over a long period of time until the right amount of trust is built up for the attack. In this next clip, I want you to see that these people can't be reformed. That as soon as they get an opportunity, they will strike any way they can. If they can't get to you physically, it might be through the internet. Yeah, you can be groomed via the internet. Your child can be groomed in the cyber world. But it's all a setup for the attack. It's never just harmless chit chat. When it feels inappropriate, it probably is. Super shout out to Dale for bringing this to my attention. Apparently, this offender didn't learn his lesson. Probably because the penalty wasn't steep enough. He didn't even serve the full 15-year sentence. He just did 10. Because for some reason you can offend like this and get a slap on the damn wrist. Anyway, eventually he finds his way back to a comfortable place where he can start offending again. And he thinks he's harmless. He just has several cell phones where he's inappropriately texting minors. Oh, but he's not having sex with them, he says. He didn't think anything was wrong with that. Nor did he think anything was wrong with his overgrown ass sleeping in the bed with his son. His son, who also participated in a couple of those conversations with minors, because we know this is a learned behavior. What I appreciate about this is that the woman recording, she doesn't hold anything back.
Yeah. Is your name Daniel Spencer? Yeah. Your dad. Get off your phone. Get off your phone. Leave your phone. I'm fucking joking with you. Leave your phone alone. Seize one phone. Do you know why we're here? No. No? Do you want to take a seat? No. What's your last name?
Spencer.
Spencer?
Yeah.
What was you convicted of recently? What did you get sent to prison for? Well, what did you go to prison for?
For child.
Let me just tell you something. If you make a sharp move and you go to the floor, yeah? I'm just going to warn you now, okay? Listen, you're under section 24A now. If any of you make a slight movement, you're under no harm, no threat. See that phone you're sneaking with? Put your camera down it. Where's the phone? Dirty bastards. That's 2, 3 phones. What have you been doing?
Me?
I'm shaking in front of you right now. What have you been doing?
Been doing when?
Online with kids.
Me?
That's you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's me, yes.
I thought this massive, I can't believe it, I'm shaking. Right then, you, when did you recently come out of prison? Well, when did you come out of prison for 15 years?
2015.
2015. So, shall we read this a minute?
Yeah,
or shall I explain to you why I'm here? First of all, do you want to explain? Do you want to talk? Oh, you shouldn't. Do you want to talk? You was a decoy, weren't you?
Turn that TV off for us, please. Yes.
Are you hiding any phones there, you?
No.
No?
My own phone.
It's an offence. It's an offence as well to delete anything, okay? I don't know why you're sat so chilled, you dirty bastard.
So have you been speaking to any children online?
No.
None at all?
No?
Well, yeah, yeah.
What have you been saying to them?
Well, nothing else.
Have you got any indecent images on them phones? Listen, before listen to me, yeah, before we go any further and you start lying to me, have you got any indecent images on your phone of any children from the Philippines? Have you got any indecent images? Don't think about it. Have you or haven't you?
I don't think so.
Have you got indecent images and videos of children from the Philippines on your phone? I'll ask you again. You are implicated in this as well. You. Because I was the child decoy you've been speaking to as a 13-year-old that you wanted a relationship. Do you remember? I've also got you on video, mate. So you're both father and son. Sorry, guys. Just tell them I'm going live as well because I'm shaking still. Sorry. You make me sick. And what I'm about to read...
Relationship, no, 30 years.
What did you do? What's fucking funny? What's funny? What's funny? Don't quick me. Shut your mouth before I get loud and everybody knows what we're here for then, yeah?
Okay, listen, Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel, shut your mouth, right?
Everything you say, okay, it's true.
Right, listen. Everything I say is true. Don't shut me down when I'm talking. I'm going to tell you about why I'm here, right? You just carry on talking to me. I'll tell you my phone.
What, so have you got any indecent images of kids on your phone?
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, you'd know if you had images of kids on your phone. That's just not, I don't think so. You would know.
You fucking have.
Yeah.
You have?
What have you got on your phone? I'm going to ask you, shush. What have you got on your phone?
I can't remember.
No, don't talk.
What do you mean you can't remember? These children are being abused. And you can't remember? Anybody. It doesn't matter where they are.
Sorry about it. This is the first time I've ever struggled to go live. I literally feel sick. Right, listen.
Are you from here in Halifax?
No, does it matter? Shut up. Does it matter?
Seriously?
The fact is that for 30 years, you sexually abused children.
Me?
You come out, yes you, I'm not talking to your fucking bed, you've come out of prison, and within a couple of years, you're online doing the
Not
same
even a
thing.
couple of years.
Trying to abuse
Sorry, guys,
children
I'm
again.
shaking.
And you're sat there like it doesn't matter.
It does not, yes.
Do you know what? The fact that you've got indecent images of children has just made me sick. The fact that you're now going to die in prison.
You are going to prison today.
Cannot believe for 1 minute how pleased I am about that because you will take your last breath inside. We have got evidence.
And you are getting implicated in it as well, your son.
Oh, yeah, you're not innocent.
Why? Because he was talking to me yesterday as a child decoy, 13-year-old. I'm Sophie, by the way. Hello. You spoke to me yesterday, do you remember? You wanted a relationship, do you remember? By the way, it's all video recorded, and you and Daniel was going to go and visit this child and her mother, wasn't you? I've got it all video recorded. It's all video recorded.
Child and a mother, where?
Pardon?
Where to visit and where?
You ain't got memory loss, dickhead.
Are you speaking to that many kids? You can't remember what you said
Hold
what
that.
to?
Please don't get it anywhere. Don't press anything on the bottom. Hold it on the sides.
You what?
Hold it
I
on the
can't go
sides.
to the Philippines.
It doesn't matter whether you can go to the Philippines or not.
Anyway,
those children are being abused for them
guys,
images that you've got.
This is the guy that we've come for today, yeah? This is the guy we've come for. Barry Spencer. He's online using the name as Barry Rails. He couldn't even spell Reynolds correctly. So then, is everyone alright with me reading this out a minute?
Yep.
Yeah? An Oxon Hope man who sexually assaulted 16 children over a period of 4 decades has been jailed for 15 years. Barry Spencer met most of his victims at Granby Halls, Leicester, where he worked as a roller disco DJ and floor manager from the late 1960s till closure in 1998. Shut up, bastard. Other victims lived near his former home in Leicester. Spencer, 61, formerly of Keighley, moved to Millcourt, Oaks and Hope in 2000, admitted 68 indecent assaults and 3 rapes. The offences took place between 1965 and 2003 and related to 1 boy and 15 girls. Look at the camera. 1 boy and 15 girls. The police investigation began in December 2004 when a woman contacted the police and reported being the victim of his offences committed by Spencer. Over the following months, police inquiries led to other victims, and Spencer was eventually charged with a total of 75 offences. Last month, Spencer pleaded guilty to 67 indecent offences at Leicester Crown Court. On Tuesday, admitted other charges of rape and buggery. Scumbag. Judge Michael Stokes, QC, described him as a manipulator, which I would agree with. Would you as a decoy as well? Would
Yes.
you guys agree with? Judge Michael Stokes, QC, described him as a manipulator and said he was one of the most depraved people he had ever dealt with. For a judge to say that? Scum. Judge Stokes said, sitting here as I do, as a judge, I have to deal with some pretty appalling cases and some truly, truly depraved and persistent wrongdoers, but you fall into a category of your own. Over a period of decades, you have taken advantage of 16 complainants, and to a greater or lesser degree, you have sexually abused them, some of them repeatedly, culminating in the rape of 2 of them. The damage you have done is simply incalculable. The judge told Spencer when he escaped the life sentence with rape and guilty pleas to 3... Sorry, when you pleaded guilty to all the charges, you got off with what you would have got, a life sentence. Yeah? That's what the judge said, yeah?
I can't remember.
No, I can't remember. Can't remember. But you still know how to rape kids, though, don't you? When you come out and still want to do it.
No.
Yes, you do. Prosecutor David Herbert said it was.
Scissors down, please.
Yeah, I'm not.
Thank you. Can you hand them to me so that I can put them out of the way? Thank you very much.
You would buy your victims' silencers by promising them free entry to the disc skating ring, which was a regular feature, and you befriended the parents. I'm not going to read it all because it's just too much to go into. Shut up! You befriended the parents of the children and made the children scared that they would get banned from roller skating if they didn't do what you wanted. You started raping them in your truck and stuff like that, didn't you, as well? You was a lorry driver. The girls you raped were just aged 10 and 13 when the abuse first started. Yeah? Victims sometimes became perpetrators, Mr. Goose said. The QC also said Spencer wished to apologise to each and every one of his victims, which he has done, you motherfucker. Spencer was banned from working with children for life. He was also ordered to sign a sex offenders register and was made subject to a 4-year extended licence period upon his release from prison. A number of Spencer's victims were at court. One woman, we're going to go into this because this, I don't know how this could even happen. One woman, now in her 40s, said afterwards, I was shy and naive. In the dock, I saw this sick pervert. I needed to see him through adult eyes. Yeah? Which is what most of us victims and survivors want to do. See them through adult eyes because you don't scare us anymore. Okay?
I was a victim when I was a kid.
I couldn't give a fuck. Listen, shut your mouth. No. Don't go there, mate. Don't shut your mouth, right? Victims do not become abusers, okay? Don't put that shit with me because I'm standing here now and I'm pretty sure there's probably other people in this room, if they want to speak out, will tell you that is not true. As a survivor and a victim, you don't turn to an abuser. That's a myth, and it's the most shittest myth I've ever heard, right? Don't give me that crap, yeah?
So it never happened to me. I can't.
It happened to me. It happened to me.
Well, it did happen to me.
It happened to me. Do you see me there wanting to rape all the children?
What did you kind of rape, though? Sexual intercourse, yeah?
You know what? Listen.
Because I've never had sexual intercourse with any of them.
Really? Well, what's buggery then? Yeah.
Or that.
Didn't you?
No, I hate. Listen, please.
But you pleaded guilty and were sentenced.
Okay, I'm guilty, but can I just say something, please?
So why are you still talking to kids
I
now?
don't like anal intercourse of any sort. I never have.
Right, now you're pissing me off.
Look,
Not
no,
interested.
listen.
Don't point at me! You ain't in control! Shut your mouth then!
Sorry.
Dirty bastard, you're boiling my piss. Shut your mouth. So anyway, we're going to go on to something else, yeah, that came up from the freelibrary.com that anybody's welcome to read. So it's not somebody's personal business that we are putting out there. This is somebody, yeah, that actually took one of your victims' calls at the local police station. So when this victim rang to call in her, you know what I'm going to disclose now, don't you? Get the fuck off all that shit. Get off it. I'm talking to you. Stop playing. Right, yeah? So what happened was, when one of the victims of your victims, of all the victims, and I really believe it's going into 3 numbers, when your shut up, when your victim, one of your victims rang the police station to report the abuse, the call handler was also one of your victims at the police station, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
You can't remember because there's that many. Right then, so we'll go on to this. Guys, so the police clerk that took this call from a victim of his was also a victim of his, believe it or not. Okay? So the police clerk, this isn't us naming anybody because it's public knowledge. As police clerk Dawn Brown scrolled through the crime log on her computer screen, she stared in disbelief. There among the regular crime and burglary calls to Leicester Police Headquarters, where she worked, was a name that filled her with horror. Barry Spencer. For 25 years, Dawn, now 41, had blanked from her mind, but now she read with disgust how a man who once coaxed her into sleeping with him had groomed another young girl in almost the identical fashion. The time Barry Spencer had preyed on the innocent 8-year-old, just as he started preying almost 30 years later. This time Barry Spencer had preyed on innocent... Sorry, I've read that bit. That moment in the headquarters was the start of the friendship and long alliance with another one of his victims, which nailed the man. Yeah? Dawn eventually moved on and had 6 children of her own, including triplet girls. Only occasionally would she look back at the time with a mixture of revulsion and shame. The older I got, the more I realised how odd that relationship had been, she says. I felt dirty and ashamed that I'd let myself do those things. But it wasn't until Dawn saw details of the phone call to the police, to her office 25 years later, that she began to realise, in fact, she had been abused by you. By you. Guys, get sharing this. And get sharing Captain Smallam's live as well. As the police looked into Helen's accusations, Spencer's sickening catalogue of abuse was gradually revealed. While Dawn had been carrying on with her life, Spencer had been busy grooming his next victim. Helen King, now 24, was one of many victims. She was just 8 years old when she too started skating with her mum and brother to Granby Halls. Like Dawn, she had been nervous and vulnerable at the skating rink. And just as in Dawn's case, Spencer had taken her under his wing. Basically, if I go into all this, people can read this, okay? If you go onto the freelibrary.com, you'll read it all. You get the gist of what's happened. If I stand there and read it all now, I'm going to lose my shit with him. And I also want to give the guys the chance to speak to him as well, because obviously it's not just me. You recognise that child, don't you? She's 13. Yeah? How many indecent images do you think you've got of kids and videos? Can I ask you the family that you sent to the children? Did he send it to you as well, the child?
No.
Okay, so you know the TikTok video you sent to me earlier on of a 15-year-old girl dancing and blowing a kiss down the camera? Was that kiss to you?
No, she'd done it.
Okay. So you know how you said that the 12-year-old was pretty, very pretty. You like the 12-year-old, yeah? Yeah. Has the parents of them children been sending you images of them children? Because I find it very odd that a family would send you, a stranger, pictures of their kids and videos, TikTok.
Any indecent images of those kids.
So what kids have you got the indecent images of?
I don't know, to be honest.
You must know what indecent images you've got on your phone.
I don't know if they're...
What pictures of children's vaginas, children's breasts, children's penises do you have on your phone? How do I spell it out?
I don't know whether they are kids or not.
How many children have been raped for them videos? How many videos have you got of children being raped? Let's ask that question. None? None of them have been raped for any of them videos or anything that you've got. So what videos are they then? Don't frown at me like I'm asking you a stupid question.
Oh, no, I can't remember the pictures as far as I know. I don't even know whether they are kids.
Do you pay for those photos?
Pardon?
Do you pay for those photos? Do you buy them?
No.
You sure?
How do you get on them?
Well, I've sent them data, loads, what do you call it? They call them loads, but they're...
How many pictures have you got of kids? None.
None.
How many pictures have you got of kids on your phone? Because your phone's going to be downloaded as well, because you're implicated. Because you was talking to me as a 13-year-old child yesterday, wanting a relationship. Do you remember? I videoed it.
A relationship.
You what?
It's all on video.
It's all on video.
All I meant was hello and that's it.
No, you didn't, dickhead. So let's get you on camera as well, because you were saying it. You was...
The 13-year-old.
You've been in here while he's been talking to the kids. Don't talk shit to me. You've been here ironing while he's been talking to the kids.
Let's just Listen.
Is there a reason?
Why are you telling him to shut
No,
up?
no, no. This is what he kept doing, Jan,
Yeah,
on the
I
video.
know.
Is there a reason
When
why your dad's come out of prison for raping children and you're now living with him like he's a fucking hero?
They're both in this bed together.
Sharing a bed.
Sharing a bed, of course.
No, because we got.
Listen, you shut your mouth because
You're
we're
not being
talking to him.
spoken
Because
to.
can I just explain one thing? This is what he kept doing yesterday, shutting him down when he was talking, wasn't he? Do you remember yesterday when you sat on the bed and I've got you on video and you're just going shh with your finger over your mouth, telling us shh. Yeah.
He's your son, but he's not a child. Let him speak.
Do you think what your dad done was alright? Was it forgivable?
Shut your
Do
mouth.
you think 30 years of abusing kids is alright because he's done a bit of time in prison?
Well, I don't really know what's going on.
Don't
Right, I'll tell you exactly
got
what's
that
going
information.
on.
You can get it just as well.
I'll tell you what is going on. Let me make it very simple because you seem a bit fucking dim. Let me make it very simple. Your dad rapes kids, yeah? I believe that you're into the same fucking thing. Because not only do you share a bed with him after he's done 15 years in prison for it, but you're jumping on the phone calls to the kids.
Yeah, he
Is
did.
that clear enough for you?
I've got you on video.
He's a fucking paedophile, and I strongly believe that you're the fucking same. Is that clear enough for you? Is that clear enough?
What's only happened once?
What's happened once?
He talked to a kid.
No.
So he got sentenced to 15 years. He was spared a life sentence for talking to a child, was
He
he?
was spared a life sentence because he pleaded guilty towards the end of the trial.
70 fucking counts.
The judge said
He was sent to prison.
75, wasn't it?
Yeah.
75 or 76
beyond,
counts.
beyond my control.
How
I
can it
can't
be-
look at people like that. Like
Really?
the rapists.
Right, look me in the eye.
I'm
Look,
not-
no. Shut your mouth. Look me in the eye. I am a victim to a person like that piece of shit. Okay? I can tell you what it does. So him sitting there saying, I don't know, I don't remember, is bollocks. Okay? So now look me in the eye and lie.
Yeah, somebody's come through from Fleetwood with 2
Because your
people.
lies do not wash. Look me in the eye and lie.
Can I just play this 1 second?
About what? Lie about what?
Oh my God.
I don't know what you mean. Or you just having a go at me?
Why am I having a go at you? You are sharing a bed with a paedophile. You are Shut up! You are supporting him, regardless of what he has done. What do you mean you've got no choice? You're a grown man.
Yeah, I know.
So why have you got no choice?
I don't know what to do.
You don't know what to do.
Shut up!
You can tell him to die a lonely death, which is the type of death he deserves, and you can grow some balls, be a man, and get the fuck out of here. So why have you got no choice?
But what's better than it now is that he's going to fucking die a nasty, lonely paedophile cunt while he's in a cell with you. Because you're going with
Well, they
him.
won't be locked up together, though.
In it all.
I've been in Yorkshire, took a lot of abuse, and
You took a lot of abuse?
no, I took a lot of abuse.
Look, the
and
lad's
I'm
got
here,
a bit
and
something
I've
wrong
not
with him.
Shut your mouth, you.
Yeah, he's got a dad like you. That's what's wrong with
There's something
him.
wrong with him because it's embedded in him to
I
be a
agree
fucking
with you there.
paedophile.
True, but I just...
Do you want to tell me then what you got? Let me go a bit deeper then, yeah? How did you get turned on by touching a child's vagina or touching a child's penis? How did that turn you on?
know.
How did you get erect from a child? Tell me that.
I don't know.
You don't know?
It was in my head, but
What was in your head? It's still in your head now! Because if it wasn't, you wouldn't still be doing it. You've just... Shut up! You wouldn't be still doing it, would you? You wouldn't still be wanting to rape children, would you? Really? So why? So why? I don't get.
can't.
Why? Why is that?
because
then?
I've had an operation.
Right, hold on.
Penis has nothing to do with
Do
it.
you
then.
not understand that rape is more than inserting your penis?
No,
The fact that you've just said you can't.
At
means
70
if you had
odd
a
years
fucking
old.
choice, you would.
What rape somebody?
You've just said
No,
you
kids.
can't do it.
Kids.
You can't do it. which tells me that if you
No, I
could,
wouldn't.
that's an option then for you.
You went
But
to prison for
unfortunately
15
for you, you're not
years.
able to. You fucking nasty cunt.
You went to prison for how many years did you do out of 15?
10.
10. Is that it? 15 should mean 15.
Was that-
There's
is it
people
that good,
going
isn't
to
it?
prison for shoplifting. I'm not condoning any criminal offence, but there's people going to prison for shoplifting, and then there's dirty bastards like you being released early because of COVID, being released early because you're fucking old. What about the poor people that fucking die or commit suicide? I urge anybody that was a victim of this, because I don't believe there were 75 or 76 cases. I think there was a lot more. Shut your mouth. I think this runs into 3 numbers, yeah? I don't know what everybody else thinks, but my personal view is that this runs a lot deeper, because a lot of survivors and victims don't like to speak out about their abuse. I speak to people every day that struggle to speak about their abuse and scared to talk out. They're ashamed and everything else, right? So I believe that there is a lot more victims out there, just like there was with that... Shut up! Just like there was the day that victim rang in the call to the police station, and it just happens to be that the call handler actually also found that you would also abuse the call handler at the police station. What the hell? You are a horrible, horrible, vile bastard. People like you, this is when they should bring the chair back. There is no therapy for people like you. There's nothing. And you are the example. And I hope to God that you take your last breath in jail. Because what was you about to do? We haven't got onto that, guys, what he was about to do now. Where was he going to go? Where was you going from here? Just past Sunderland to the seaside, weren't you guys?
10 minutes from the beach. All those little kids.
Yeah, why was you running away near the beach?
Because I've been here for 20 years, nothing's happened.
So you thought you'd take your paedophile dad down to a nice busy beach with loads of kids? That'd be nice for him,
Why are you
wouldn't it?
shaking your head? Hold on, no, wait. Why are you shaking your head? What have we said that's incorrect?
Everything you said is incorrect.
Everything, right.
Except.
Okay, no.
I just want to tell you guys his name is Barry Reynolds.
Please explain to us what everything is.
I would not go near another child.
So
but
why
you
why
have.
are you still messaging them?
I haven't since I've been in.
You're messaging children.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go nowhere near them.
You thought, so, okay, hold on a minute. Sorry, 1 second. Why was he setting up fake accounts then? Ask him that. It was fake accounts. Yeah, why was your name not Barry Reynolds? And that's the account you've been using to speak to all these lovely children. And it's all children in Philippines.
So why not use your real name?
Well, obviously.
Right, how many children are you speaking to online?
We've got 2 from Fleetwood come forward.
Nobody from Fleetwood.
No, that doesn't mean anything to you. How many children are you speaking to online?
2, I think.
No, try again.
There's 2 of us here now.
Try again. Because we've come on 2. We've had 2 more come forward. So rather than lie, be honest. How many children are you speaking to? Don't say any names, please.
Whose phone's ringing?
It's one of theirs.
One of theirs. Where is it?
Don't worry about Fleetwood. Fleetwood are another team that have come forward. Okay, saying that you are speaking to more children. Don't worry about that. I'm asking you a question, so try answering my question.
There's 1 in London, 1 in Birmingham, 1 in Bristol. There's about 5, but there's only 2 of them I've spoke to regularly.
Right, and one of those 2, I know for a fact you've been talking about your penis, and if she was older, you'd like her to sit on your lap and give you hugs and adult kisses, and how when she finds a boyfriend, what that boyfriend will do to her.
Fleetwood won't
Am I
answer
wrong?
the phone, it's them.
No, you're right.
I'm right.
No,
But nothing. How old's that child?
14.
No, try again.
12.
Where's Joan gone?
How many 13, I think.
13.
Yeah.
13.
How many phones have you got in this room now?
But I
No, you do fucking... Hold on, sorry. How many phones have you got in this room now? Look at him. Yeah, that's one of them, yeah.
Right, why have you got 3 phones?
There's more than 3.
Hello.
One was...
Hello.
Is that one of the team?
Yeah, sure, mate. What's up?
How you doing, fella? It's Chase from Fleetwood.
How you doing, mate? You right?
Right.
Dirty bastard.
Yeah, do you want to put it over the camera?
I got video of him rubbing his crotch.
This is another team that have got you on a child decoy.
I will just say... No.
Don't worry about the name. The name means nothing to you. That means something to us.
I'll just say that what we do is exactly what the police do. All we do is... The difference is we'll expose your asses.
I haven't exposed myself to any of these kids on that.
Rubbing your crotch. No one said exposure.
Alright, guys. Can I have a word with Barry?
Yeah, of course you can.
Barry, thank you for
yeah,
the videos that you sent me, and the voice notes,
just
and the music, and the pictures that you sent me today. I much appreciate them, and they are fantastic evidence to have you put inside. And well done to the guys who got him today. I was hoping to get him in the next couple of days, but thank you. And do you know what? I hope you rot in prison, you dirty, nasty, despicable man. You ruined children's lives. You've made me feel sick.
Sorry, right, yeah, I'm sorry.
Seriously?
Who are you fucking grinning at, cunt? What are you grinning? Sorry. What are you grinning at? What are you grinning at? What's funny? What's funny? So what are you grinning for? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you joking? Did you see him grinning?
I did.
Did you see him grinning?
You are a lying toe rag. The fact that I knew you were hiding something because you were very offish about telling me stuff. I knew something was up. Now I know.
I can't believe it. He's laughing.
I know. Maybe that's when the Pandoras get put on you, though, will
Have you
you?
ever been in jail before?
No.
Well, guess what, mate?
You're going.
You're going.
You're going.
First time for everything.
Right.
What's he accused of then, don't you?
It doesn't matter. Worry about what you're accused of.
Yeah, he was speaking. You were speaking to me as a 13-year-old decoy, and you said you was looking for a relationship. You've been sat in this room while he's been speaking to kids, aiding and abetting him. Yeah, you have.
You're fully aware of what he's doing.
Doing your dad's ironing over there and all
No, I
sorts.
said I was in a relationship.
But you were talking to the child and you was getting all happy. You gave the child your number, dickhead. Do you remember?
No.
Yeah, do you remember? Why would you give the child your number then?
I don't just slip
Relationship.
Just slipped at yeah.
What, like your dad just slipped in fucking kids, dirty bastard?
Yeah, okay, but he's never assaulted anybody.
Shut up.
I didn't know. I just,
Shut up.
Just the number.
He's going to get bullied just like you have in jail. I bet you got battered around jail, didn't you? Eh?
Yeah, go on.
Did you get battered around jail?
Put me back in Wakefield.
Did you get beat up in jail? Did you get beat up in jail?
Yeah, sure.
Did you get beat up in jail? That's what I'm saying. I don't care where.
That's probably where you're heading back to.
Now, you see what happens is your picture just went into local papers. We hit all over the world. And with 2 teams here now, you're exposed. Shut up, yeah? You are exposed. As always you saw, you dirty bastard, son and all.
But he ain't touched anybody.
Does it matter if he touched? I'm sorry, but touching is not all about touching. He was noncing with you in here, in this dirty little fucking bedsit. Did the police put you in this bedsit?
No,
Why are you in this bedsit then?
because we came here from.
All your stuff's in storage, yeah?
When was it? When we were in my house in Leeds, in my bungalow, somebody somehow found out my past.
Well, it's not hard because you're all over the internet. Now you're never going to be able to ever show
So
your
we
face anywhere
came
again.
here because we got threatened.
Oh, good.
Well, I did anyway,
Good,
and
good.
we got threatened. Okay,
Good.
fair enough, but that's the reason.
I will let you know that we're not here to harm you. We're here to hand you over to the police, okay?
The police are actually on their way now.
Barry, what
We'll hand the evidence
what
over.
you don't seem to get is that these offences, you don't have to touch a child to be breaking the law. Sexual communication with a child is against the law. That's one law you've broken. Among, 6 or 7 others during these conversations. But listen, your son has been in these conversations with you on the video calls, doing what you're doing. So how is he innocent if
With
you're
the people
guilty?
I've been talking to. So
Well, that's me, because I'm one of them.
Mate, I watched the videos
Well,
earlier
I didn't know
today.
you would say, but
You didn't know it was not a child, you mean? You didn't know. Well,
No, I didn't
this
know.
lady's now just
No, I
disclosed.
didn't
It's
know
not
you
up to
was-
me.
you were the
It's
same
not,
person
Shush. It's not up to me to disclose who's a victim, survivor, whatever else. But this lady's just come forward as well. And I can tell you now, how do you think it makes us feel? I've got goosebumps going right from my ankles up to my fucking
Yeah, I'm with you there.
thing, right? How do you think? Don't you dare sit to me and say, yeah, I know. Don't you dare try and shut me down. I'm asking you, as a survivor and a victim of,
Yes,
of
I
this.
know how you
Shut
feel.
up! Right? What do you think it does to us? Tell me that one.
I think it
No. What does it do? Not you think. What do you think it does? Come on.
makes you angry.
No. A lot more than that.
That doesn't begin to touch it.
Shall I start and tell you some of it, yeah? Because I'm sure this lady will feel it, right? It makes you feel unworthy of life. It makes you feel dirty. It ruins any... Shut up. It ruins any chance of relationships. It's very hard. It takes a special person to stay with a survivor or a victim. You know that? Because we're hard work. And we're only hard work because our barriers go up and we're hard to trust people, okay? We find it very hard to trust. We think everybody that gives us that's nice to us wants to hurt us, okay? That's what it makes us feel like. We feel dirty, we feel useless, we go to bed, we have nightmares, we have dreams. I only had one last night. Because I've been Googling you. I only had one last night. And I remember everything that dirty bastard done to me and it comes back like it was yesterday. Look at you all feel like it means nothing! How do you think we people feel? We're human beings! We are people! We are bodies! We are people! We're not pieces of meat for you, scum like you, to ruin us!
Okay, I believe you to believe.
Believe us? How do you think children feel? Don't you dare! Don't you dare shed tears to me, you scumbag!
Take a break, Marianne. Take a break,
Daniel, I'm sorry, Daniel.
You're sorry, Daniel? You're sorry, Daniel. He's a grown man. He's a grown man. What you have done is to children.
Yes, I agree. But
Innocent. No, but nothing. Let me speak, okay? What you have done is to innocent children, okay? You state that you were abused as a child.
Yeah.
You know how that feels. You know what it does to a child.
Why was I born like this and not other people are normal?
Do you know what? No.
I don't know.
No, wait. Do you know what? This is a very taboo subject, okay?
Yes, I know.
Very taboo. Just let me speak, please. And people won't agree with me, okay? But I believe you are born straight. You are born gay. It's a sexual preference. You, very obviously, have a sexual preference towards children, okay? However, your choice to act upon that is your choice, okay? You decide to act on those feelings. You decide to act on those urges. You decide to destroy children. If you were a better person, you would never in a million years do that to a child because you know how it feels.
So why did I do it?
I don't know.
You wanted to.
I don't know.
Why did I want to? Why didn't you want to?
Right,
Why didn't you want to?
Listen. Only you know why you've done it. Like I was saying, if you're born straight, you're born gay. Maybe you were born with a sexual attraction to children. As you grew up, that was always going to happen. But you know what? If you're gay, you don't have to groom another man to sleep with them, do you? You don't have to trick them. You don't have to manipulate them. You chose to put fucking hard work, time and effort in gaining the trust of children, gaining the trust of their parents so that they would give you access to their children so that you could have sex with them, so that you could abuse them. It wasn't shit, I'm attracted to this kind of person. Do you fancy going for drinks? No. You decided, fuck it, I'm going to go out of my way and I'm going to fucking work for 30 years to sleep with as many kids as I can, because that's what you've done.
You took what you wanted.
Let's not give all this, I was born this way, why did I do it? Okay. You fucking done it because you made a decision to and you thought it was okay. Well, it fucking ain't. So those fucking 10 years you spent in prison clearly taught you nothing, because you've come back out and you're doing it again. So you're going to go back inside, and I do pray that you fucking die in there, because you should never be allowed out of that fucking place. You should have been given life anyway.
Can I ask you a question? If you got out of prison in 2015, where have you been from 2015 to now?
In the bungalow in Leeds.
Yeah, so why all of a sudden have you ended up in a bedsit,
As I
sharing
just
a
told
bed
you, because
with your son?
We're here because this is the only place we could find. We were living in. We was in when we came here. I had to get out of Leeds quick because I was threatened. Okay, the both of us. So we got out of Leeds quick.
Because people recognised you.
Well, somehow, yeah.
Somehow. It's all in the national papers. It's all over the internet. You put your name into Google, it all comes up.
Yes, I know it does.
So it's not somehow.
Well, anyway, they did. So we got out, and we came over to here, and we went in a hotel for the night. They put us onto this place, and we were staying here till we got a 2-bedroom place somewhere. Okay?
By the sea, where there's loads of kids.
No, anyway, he was on about Winchester-Stoke-on-Trent tonight. The only reason we went up there was because it was a nice northern fresh place. I had no intention of all of.
So why have you been?
I've not been anywhere near any kittens.
I'm asking you.
It doesn't matter.
Why have you targeted children online? Specifically children, people from abroad. Why have you targeted that sort of people?
Because he's probably right. It's probably still in my head. But the thing is, I had no intention of going over there. I had no intention of going anywhere.
Right, hold on, please. Right, let me stop you there.
And it's true what you say.
Stop. Okay? It doesn't matter whether or not you touch a child, okay? With the things you say, the way you manipulate, the way you groom, that touches up here, okay? Which is sometimes a hell of a lot worse, because that up here is for life, okay? So when you're sat here with your son, thinking and doing God knows what, you're messing up children. Every single person that you have touched, spoken to inappropriately, got photos of, you are abusing.
And Daniel's done the same thing.
I don't know what Daniel's done. Well, that will all come out because the police will have to look through his phones as well. But Daniel is fully aware of what you are doing. He has been speaking to children while you have been on video calls to them. So how his communication extends beyond that, I don't know. That's something the police will find out, okay? We are here mainly for you. Anything after that, that's down to the police to find out. And they will. Okay? So Daniel, if he has been doing something, can deny it all he likes, the truth will come out. Our concern right now is you and getting the police out to you.
So I'll never see my son again after this.
Are you looking for?
I hope not. I hope not. Because do you know what? If your son is innocent, he needs to move on and actually have a life without you.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm not probably right. I am right.
I'm sure you're right.
Because do you know what? I could not for 1 second tell you how I would feel if you were my dad. It would make me sick. It would make me sick to the stomach. I would never, ever step foot anywhere near that man. And he's sat here supporting you. That alone makes him just as bad as you. Because while he's supporting you, he's condoning what you've done and what you are continuing to do.
Yeah, I don't think he knew till now that I was talking to any kids.
He knew because he was on a video call with you and with a child.
Let me just clear that up, because we watched these on the way up here today, and there is a clear video of your son speaking to what he knew.
More than once.
13-year-old girl, oh yeah, on multiple occasions, and he told this 13-year-old girl, that he was looking for a relationship, and he was interested in that way in her.
And he knew that
Very
she was
clear.
13.
Yes, he knew she was 13, just like you did.
Right, hold on. This bedsit here is tiny, okay? When you're on a video call to a child, there's no way in the world he can't know about it. And if he's talking to a child that you are on a video call with, there's no way in the world that you can't know about it. So don't try to protect your son because the damage has been done, okay? You should be thinking of other children, not a grown-ass man, okay? Don't worry about him. If he's innocent, the police will find that out. You should be thinking about the other children, the children that you are hurting, that you are abusing, not a grown man who shouldn't even bloody be supporting you. But you don't, do you?
We've got another one come forward saying that you invited...
It's too late now, isn't it?
You invited a 13-year-old girl to come and stay with you as well. So
It gets worse.
Another team. One of their decoys, 13 years old, and you invited her to come and stay with you overnight. So that's 5.
Are you speaking to that many children that you can't even remember?
Yeah, no. I was speaking
Yes, no?
to 4. There was...
No, there's more than that, because more than that have come forward, okay?
Here in this country.
Here in this country, during the time we've been sat here, more have come forward. Do you know what? It doesn't matter. Please stop using your fingers. We're not going to get an abacus out for you. Okay, the fact of the matter is everything that you've been doing, everything that you have been doing will be found out. Okay? Whether or not you've deleted things, they'll get it back. It doesn't matter what you've done to those phones. If it was there, it's still there. Okay?
You're doing good. Did you, just a question that's just come up because I've been watching out there. Have you ever been abused before?
Not
Yeah.
really, no.
No, not really.
Have you been
Hit a few
abused?
times and punched, but
No, have you been sexually abused?
not really.
Have you been sexually abused? Has your dad ever done it to you?
No.
Why not? Why has your dad not abused you?
Because I'm son.
Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you. Well, why does it make it all right then to abuse everybody else's children, but not his own because you're his son? Do you know what?
It's
Then
not
we'll
right.
just shut your dirty
No,
little
it's not.
mouth. Don't talk to you right now.
But when your son was 2-3 years old, you were still abusing other kids 3 or 4 years older than him.
It's not right what I did. I admit it's not
You didn't have
right.
a problem
But it's not
with
what you did, it's what you're still doing. It's what you're still doing.
But as long as it's not happened to your son, that's alright, innit? Everyone else's kids and you go, fuck. As long as your son doesn't get
I'm
out.
going to ask you again how many phones you got in this room.
I'm about 4 counting this.
4.
There's 1 here, and there's 3 up there.
So that's 4, yeah? 4 phones.
He's got 1, I've got 3.
Why have you got 3?
Because I just took over the one that he had that broke.
Yeah, he cracked his screen, he can't really type on it because that's what he told the
And
child
that's,
as well.
that's the one that you're using as a...
Nonsense.
Yeah, as a nonce phone. That's the one that the decoy just rung you on.
Yeah. So you know when I was on video calls to you yesterday as a child, 13-year-old, do you remember that your other phone was going and you said this is your family, friends in the Philippines?
Yeah.
But I asked you, have you ever been to the Philippines? You said no. So how have you met these people from the Philippines? How have you started talking to these people from the Philippines?
On Facebook.
How though? What did you do? Did you contact them? Because it's all kids that you've got on Facebook. Mostly kids. Young pretty little girls as well. Them innocent little girls that send you TikToks blowing kisses to you.
It was, I know who you're talking about. It was their mother I was
But
friendly
why
with.
would the children say, how did you get friends with them then? Have you been sending money to them by any chance for any indecent images of kids?
Have I been sending? Yes, I have been sending money.
Yeah,
to
what
them,
for?
yes, but
What for?
So they could buy a phone.
Right, listen. And ask you again, do you know why? Do you know why I'm asking you this? Because when I get a gut feeling, I'm always right and it scares me, right? Did you buy them the phone because they've been sending indecent images to you? Now, when you answer this, please, just 1 minute, yeah? Show a little bit of respect,
Okay,
because this
I will.
lady is
I'll
a
tell you the
survivor.
absolute truth.
Hold on, and so am I. So I want the truth. Did you, yeah, you can tell me your side in a minute, did you buy that phone so they can send indecent images of their children to you? That's what I'm asking you.
No.
No?
And
Why
they
did
haven't
you?
sent
Okay,
any
so why
indecent
did you buy it then? Because you're not a nice man that would just do that for somebody, so don't give me that shit.
We do sometimes. No, I have not had any indecency. I might have suggested it, but I haven't.
Okay, so who have you suggested it to?
To those two kids, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
So what have you said to them kids? What did you say to them kids?
No,
No, don't be embarrassed, because it is disgusting. It's as disgusting as it sounds. So what did you say to them children?
When they were dancing, could I see the pants?
To what?
But when they were dancing, could I see their pants?
And their vagina?
No.
It's going to come out on your phone.
Yeah, okay.
So the
well,
more honest you are, unfortunately, the law will be more lenient on you, because that's a fucked up justice system we have in this country. I said, because that's why you didn't go to prison for life. That's why you only went to prison for 15 years, served 9, okay? Because they have to be lenient on you so that you're saving money for the system, basically. Do you not agree? They're saving money for the system because not continuing with the trial. When really, they shouldn't be thinking about money. Just 1 second. They shouldn't be thinking about money when it comes to child abuse.
No, true.
Because you know something? I had the most evidence on an historical case, right? He got found not guilty at a 4-day trial, even though I had disclosures of abuse. And when I came back with extra evidence from people that were prepared to come to court that had witnessed certain things, they said it costs too much for a retrial. Costs too much. Do you know how much that burns me? And do you know what? That's when I decided I was going to do what I do. And I said, fuck you, I'm going to do your fucking job, you bastards. And I walked out of there, and that's what I fucking done. And I'll carry on doing it. Even if I ever get arrested, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care if I go to prison. If I go to prison, one of you dirty bastards, I'm going to live a life anyway like a fucking queen. I don't give a shit. I'm not scared. Yeah? I'm not scared to go and get arrested to expose cunts like you. So when people want to be awkward and start trying to report teams that are going out or reporting whatever, that's fine. Go ahead, do your worst. Because I'll keep exposing you bastards as long as I live. So what did you ask the kids for then? The pants. Did you ask for the vagina? Sorry, I'll take it off you. Do you need to go?
No.
No.
You didn't want to see their vagina?
I didn't ask them for that.
I didn't get round to it.
Probably you're right there, I don't know. But
Well, no, you were just about to say that. You were about to say that.
No, we're asking you. No, probably. Did you ask to see the vaginas?
No.
Did you want to see it?
Yes.
Okay. At least you're being honest.
Yes.
At least you're being honest. At least you're being honest.
But I knew I'd never go over there, I'd never meet them.
No, but listen. Right? It's still...
And I didn't want to meet any of these kids.
Listen, you did.
But yes, you were.
You did, because you did say to... Listen. We're supposed to be being honest now, right?
I said I wanted this girl to come here.
Listen. Right? Respect me standing here as a survivor and a victim of scumbags like you. Now then, all I'm doing is getting a charger block out of you. Right? I asked you a question. I just want a straight answer. You said you wouldn't arrange to meet his kid. You arranged, yeah. You said that you and Daniel, you and Sonny Boy, you there, was going to come over to see me and my mum. Yeah. But this is what you done with all the kids. Do you remember all the kids that you groomed in your care? This is what you done with them, didn't you?
No,
you got their parents. You got their parents like trusting you, shall we say? Okay. You was
You was a prolific paedophile, very prolific.
Yeah, I was.
Paedophile.
But that
Well, you still are. Sorry, you still are.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. But I did say that.
If you
okay,
could still
that
get an
I'll be-
erection,
but
if you could still get an erection, I'm going to ask the question. Would you put that in a child? Would you?
no, because
Why
I
not?
never have.
You absolutely would.
You
I
absolutely
wouldn't, because I never have.
Okay,
I've
so
never
what?
put my
Well,
dick
so-
into
The minimum
a
of
child.
4 of your charges that you were sent to prison for
Was
were
buggery.
rape and buggery.
Yeah.
Right. That's. Don't tell me that you're not gonna
You raped a child.
rape a child
means
when you've done it.
you've raped a child.
You've done it.
Well, not
I
a
swear
child.
on my life, I have never put my dick
Your
in a
life's worth
child.
nothing. Your
Your
life's
dick
worth
in a
nothing.
child. Oh my god.
Swearing your life
What's
is meaningless.
buggery? Tell me what buggery is then.
It's anal intercourse. Then.
Yeah. So what did you do then that was buggery? Only one boy came forward, but I know in my experience, because I work a lot with men. A lot of work. I do a lot of work with male survivors.
I hate
So
it.
Shut your mouth, right? I do a lot of work, daily voluntary work with survivors and male survivors. I push for shut up. I push for male survivors to come forward. I walk around with a T-shirt telling a man to man up can end up in a man down. I walk around them. I'd rather rock that than an Adidas or a Nike T-shirt. Do you know why? Because men are too scared to speak out. Not because they think that it's dirty. They're going to get laughed at. It's embarrassing because it's not manly. Listen, doesn't make any man, and any man watching this now, if I can encourage one man to come forward that they've been abused or whatever else, I beg you to do that. I beg you to do that.
Not just with Barry.
With anybody,
anyone.
yes, anybody. But I urge any of your victims now to come forward as well. Because I know there's more than you got sent down for, isn't there?
Whatever. If
No,
that's
don't
what, but
fucking
let me just say.
I'm in control, dickhead. I asked you, was there more than what came forward, right? You're supposed to be showing me a little bit of respect because you actually owe it to me because you're a scumbag, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? So I said to you, the victims that came forward, there was a lot more than what came forward.
There wasn't, no.
There was. Talk shit, mate. Talk shit.
I detest and hate anal intercourse.
So why
I
did you
don't
bugger
like it.
why did
I
you bugger a
haven't.
boy? So
I
that
swear
boy was
on my
lying.
life,
So the boy was
whoever
lying, was
said
he?
that was lying. And I'll tell you what.
You
there was
said it
one
when you
girl-
pleaded guilty to it in court.
Because
Well
the
done.
QC on that day came up to me and he said to me, he says, I've gone through all your case. He says, it's been totally handled wrong. He says, there's one girl here that's accusing you of raping her 7 times. She's in the Canary Islands now and she's willing to come over here and swear to that. This was a girl whose name was Julianne Thomason.
Don't name names.
Why naming people?
Don't name names.
Okay, well, this girl said or swore that I'd raped her 7 times. I pleaded guilty to all the others because it was true, but this one was not
Can
true.
we just anyway forget that, yeah?
I have never, ever committed buggery, and I've never put
It was a
my dick
boy
inside
actually,
it.
the buggery.
Yeah, I've never done that. Never.
It's
No, dude, hold on a minute. Is that sorry? Oh, we're missing a fucking point here. You fucking nonsense kids.
Yeah, I know.
You're talking about one case that you absolutely sure that you never done, but there was 70 odd.
Yeah,
there was dozens
touching.
of
It was
victims.
all touching and masturbation, if you like.
And that makes it all right, does it?
No, it doesn't make it all right.
So why are you still doing it?
Excuse
So why are you
me
still
then.
trying to do it now then? Why are you still trying to do it now?
You said a few moments ago, you said, why do I do this? Why does my brain work that way? Answer me this question. Answer me this question. You've done 10 years in prison. 10 years. I can't imagine that was much fun. You've come out of prison. Now tell me, why the fuck did you then decide to do it again? Because that was a choice you made. That wasn't your wiring. That wasn't like natural. That's not normal.
Because
You've
I
done
thought-
10 years inside and thought, I'm going to come out and fuck it, I'm going to carry on.
Because I'll be absolutely and totally honest with you, and I'm going to be now. I thought I'd be able to do this, I'd get some sort of thrill out of it, but I wouldn't actually go through with it.
You fucking bastard.
Right,
Well,
so
kids are getting hurt for your
Do you know
thrills.
what you're doing online is just as damaging as what you did in person with those
But
kids.
I had
back
no
in the day.
intentions of going to.
It doesn't matter what your intentions
these
were.
things.
You were exposing these kids online to things that they should not fucking know about. You were still committing the offences. Whether it's in person or not, it doesn't matter. You still abuse children after being sent to fucking prison for it.
Buggery also means you've
I
had
don't
an
honestly didn't think it was wrong.
Shall I tell you what, how about this then? If we just pretend that it's not illegal to rob a bank, we go and take all the money out of the bank and go, well, I didn't fucking know.
Yeah. You're right. I totally agree with you, but in my small, idiot, stupid mind, I
No,
thought...
it's not a small, stupid, idiot mind. It's a one-track mind. You know what you want.
Well,
you know how to get it because it worked for you fucking back in the day. So you thought you'd carry on with what works.
In my one-track, whatever mind it is, then I decided that doing what I did now on these phones, I wouldn't get caught because I had no intentions of meeting these kids. That's what I thought.
You wouldn't get caught because you kept telling these children to delete the indecent parts of the chat and stick to all the normal hellos and whatnot. Let's delete this and change the subject, and then no one will see what we're talking about.
But
so you knew what you were doing was wrong, so you can't say, well, you didn't know, because you knew you were trying to hide it from your parents.
I honestly thought to myself that I wouldn't get caught doing this, and what I was doing was not... As long as I didn't meet these kids and actually do anything, I didn't think it was...
You thought you'd be right in the safety of your own little room, you could get away with it for the rest of your life.
I'm now 38 years old, right? I've been doing this for 3 years. And I've had to walk away a couple of times on stings, but I have never cried on one. And you know what? The fact that you just sat there, yeah, all right, yeah, I knew, all right, it was wrong. Like it's just normal, everyday stuff.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. And do you know what? As a 38-year-old woman with 3 children of my own, it kills me. Today, it kills me. And do you know what? You sat there, you could be my abuser. Because it was very, very similar. Very similar. I was reading the chat logs and it made me sick to the stomach. Because the way you were was too raw, too similar to what I went through. And you sit there like it's just everyday life. Oh shit, I've been caught. Never mind. Are you going to be all right, grown son? Sod your grown son. What about the children? What about the adults that are survivors?
Yeah.
What about us?
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Because quite honestly, I don't give a shit about you or your son.
Mm.
Neither of you.
No, it's obvious. It's understandable. That is it.
Do you know what? You're a monster.
Sorry, I just want to ask you a couple of questions actually.
You are a monster.
You didn't know that he was talking to 13-year-olds, no?
No.
Are you going to stand there and fucking lie to me?
No, I know it was talking to someone in the Philippines, but I didn't know it was
No.
the first one.
You with your lovely little grin, yeah. Let me see if I can get these videos out, shall I? He was grinning.
It was a conversation you had while you was wearing like a pink or orange shirt.
Striped shirt.
Your dad had to go and do something because you cooking the irons.
He was on the phone.
So you came
there,
over.
remember, on the internet. Do you remember now when you gave me your number? 13-year-old you gave your number to. 13-year-old you gave your number to. She wasn't from the Philippines, was she? She had an English accent. She wasn't. So what are you talking about? You know he's talking to kids from the Philippines.
Yeah, but that's...
You have been sat in this little pokey fucking bedsit with your dad while he's been speaking to kids. You know your dad's a nonce.
Just one more thing. If he was just talking to kids in the Philippines, that make it okay?
Not really, no.
Right, well, then stop using it as a fucking excuse then.
Not really.
Because no, it don't. They're still children.
Well, I was talking to him.
Just a question. Do you have a mapper worker that checks your devices here? Does anybody come out and check your dad's devices?
No.
No? Fucking hell.
Sorry, what was that?
Failure on the justice system.
Has
yet
anybody
again.
what?
Does anybody come and check your devices? Your phones, the 4 phones you have in here?
No.
No, why don't they check your phones where you've been to prison for 15 years? Well, for 10 years out of 15. The judge actually said your case was a kind of its own. He said he couldn't categorise you in the same category as the other paedophiles, basically, that you was something worse than he's ever dealt with. And he said that had you have not pleaded guilty, you would have gone to prison for life, what you've done. I believe life should mean life, to be fair, because you took a life. It may not be dead, but you have took their life. You've ruined it. You people should get life. Life should mean life. Do you know why? Because you've taken a life. That child may not have died, okay, but inside they're dead. Yeah, it's very, very hard. Inside we're dead. We're very hard to deal with. And like I said earlier, it takes a special, very special person to come into their life to deal with all the trauma.
And when you're a person like me, you don't realise that you're doing that sort of thing.
What's a person like
Please.
Right,
Can I just say one more thing before you go? When you're in that police cell, when you're in prison, just remember those kids won. You can't.
You go right now, mate. You were invited in, by the way.
All right, the police are here now, so I'm going to cut the live. That was Barry Spencer. That's his real name. His fake name on Facebook was Barry Reynolds. If anyone else has got him, just inbox the page or CIM Mids.
Something the world doesn't talk about much. Male survivors. Many people believe that sexual assault is only committed by men against women. While the majority of sexual assault victims are women, the CDC and Department of Justice estimate that about 3% of American men, or 1 in 33, have experienced an attempted or completed rape in their lifetime. Furthermore, it is estimated that male survivors report sexual assault and abuse even less frequently than female survivors. And so it is difficult to make an accurate estimate of the number of men and boys who are being assaulted and abused. Sexual assault is a painful, traumatic experience for any victim.
Originals. Charlotte?
Izzy, we wanted to know, how does a predator earn a child's trust? How do they prey right under their parents' noses? Those are the heartbreaking questions from the families of so many victims. Tonight, we're hearing the predators' unsettling stories about how they would protect children from themselves.
I took her innocence. I took her ability to be a child. And that was not mine to take. In fact, it was mine to protect.
Too often, the people trusted to protect children choose to prey on them instead. Did you know in your head at the time that what you were doing was wrong?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a North Texas man who sexually assaulted a child. So you guys had sex?
We had a sexual relationship, yes.
He went to prison. Now, years later, he's agreed to tell us the secrets of predators as long as we hide his identity. Are you the type of person that parents might look at and say, he looks like a sex offender?
No.
You're the opposite.
Absolutely. In fact, I would be the kind of person that they would look at and say, there's not a chance in the world he would ever have done what he did. Not a chance in the world.
Perpetrators often wear a mask of deception.
Terry Miller is one of the nation's leading experts on the topic.
It's very common for these perpetrators to be teachers of the year and be award-winning coaches. The victim is the only one who knows the monster.
I wanted to be the next great mentor to young people. I wanted to change lives.
Yet this popular North Texas teacher had a secret.
I had a sexual attraction to an underage female. For me, pornography was a big trigger.
He sent explicit nude photos of himself to a student. He was later convicted of indecency with a child.
The act itself is about as close to unforgivable as you can get.
In each story, the predator, the victim, and the ending are different. But both offenders say their stories and the many others like them always start the same.
It's what we refer to in counseling as grooming your victim.
Grooming is the common practice of breaking down a child's moral fibers.
They first rape the child's mind in order to rape their body.
The predators say the first step is isolating their victim.
Creating opportunities to be alone with her, apart and separate from the group, on the bus, sitting together all the time.
Then they work to earn their victim's trust. You become the child's confidant.
You become the child's confidant. You become their all in all. You become the one that they look to as the one that is going to provide their answers and give them their guidance.
So once you earn the child's trust, it becomes easier to push the boundaries.
That's correct.
Most often, they use texts and Facebook to do it.
So you allow sexual subject matter to be talked about, perhaps. You're open to sexual questions. And of course, then you start to push the boundary a little farther. Like, Is that something you're interested in? What do you like in those situations?
What did you do or say to make sure that her parents didn't know or suspect anything?
Lied continually. We would sneak around and find ways to meet at the mall or meet at the movie theater. When we became sexual, that's when everything went into protection mode. We've got to hide this. We've got to keep this secret.
The conversation we had was difficult to hear, but listen as he gives advice to parents everywhere.
If a parent sees their child spending an inordinate amount of time with a significant adult that is outside the family, that is something to really spend some time looking at. If your child themselves starts talking about another significant adult in ways that you're going, I didn't realize you guys were that close. Any attempt to gather favor, connection is a part of that grooming process.
They say the number one deterrent is an adult who monitors the child's electronic communication.
Because this whole situation thrives in secrecy. It will never survive in the midst of the light.
Well, if you notice that we did not interview any female predators, let's be very clear. It's not because there aren't any, but because they wouldn't agree to an interview.
Has been accused of child sexual abuse. He's an outstanding member of the community, widely respected and well liked. He has no criminal record of any sort. Is he guilty? You decide.
I was a youth minister, an assistant minister. It was a rather small congregation for our community, around 200 to 300 people, at best 300. And I feel the needs of an assistant pastor, an associate minister, a deacon, and the highest being elder pastor, and working with the youth of the congregation. He was a kid at church, underprivileged. He came in with a group of other children, and I reached out and tried to help him as no one else would. And just like the kids that normally are underprivileged, they try to take advantage of people who help them. Obviously, he has a lot of disturbances, mental problems. I think if you'll look in his records, he was even in a mental institution for 3 years before coming to church. Before being in the boys' home. He has a criminal record anyway. Yes, I think ministers are victimized by false reports. They have a very sensitive job. They are out there working with people constantly. They're alone, many times unsupervised. The only person with them, of course, would be the minister and the child, or the minister and the accusing victim, if you will. So who's to say that the minister didn't do it? 80% of the time, I would say, the victim is believed more than the minister. And it's because of all the heightened hoopla over victims and all of that stuff. It's ridiculous. Ministers too much are victimized themselves for their kind deeds. People want to get money out of them if they're a little bit successful. Then their entire reputation is shot. They go back into the ministry, and they may say they trust them, but they're never totally trusted again. Their entire education, work, whatever they've gone through for years has gone down the drain, never to be fully restored, never to be fully recapacitated as what was before. It's a shame. And it's extremely discouraging. I have spent 2 years in seminary. I am the youngest deacon of the Methodist Church in the state, and it's absolutely all of that prior effort and work, my entire life dream, the hopes of my parents, is now being questioned. I only hope God deals mercifully with them.
What's the truth? Was he falsely accused, as he claims?
I had 53 hands-on definite victims, and there are 42 other ones that can be questioned. as far as age and so forth is concerned. But I have 53 minor victims.
There's been a tremendous increase in child sexual abuse reports in the last decade. Some of the accused have been highly respected members of the community. Many people wonder whether such respectable citizens could be child abusers. This film will explore this whole issue. Can you tell if someone is a child molester by their standing in the community, how well you know them, or how aggressively they deny it? In fact, did you molest Mikey?
Yes, I did. I molested Mikey on numerous occasions throughout a 3-year period, from the time beginning at 9 until he was 12 years old. I knew Michael before he began coming to the congregation where I attended. I worked many times with the people in his area with problem children. As an older teenager, I would go out and assist people in the boys' homes and so forth for little small things like baseball games, softball games, etc. And as a matter of fact, I chose him because he was as a victim, because he was a problem child, because people neglected him and oftentimes pushed him aside, and I knew it would be easy for me to get close to him, to be his friend, if you will. And then, again, I also knew if he told, that there would be little or small amounts of belief in him. No one would believe him, basically, if he told. And in fact, they didn't. When he did tell, and when it became a bigger issue, when I was investigated, the head of the department of my county told me, he said, "You have nothing to worry about." He said, "We can tell from the very beginning that this is all a big scheme," and it was dropped almost as quickly as it came about. I was caught twice before I was incarcerated. Really, it wasn't being caught, it was I was told on twice before being incarcerated. They were not believed the first 2 times. I had many people, counselors, church leaders of the community, to come up and stand in my defense several times in those occasions, and it was simply just totally disbelieved. Even the second time, it was more stood out against than the first time, because they thought, well, here he goes again, this young man trying to help unfortunate children, and they're turning against him. And I was even told as much as say, I had a minister come to me and tell me, he said, "Patrick, what's going on is you'll run across it many times. People you try to help will stab you in the back." He said, "Roll with the punches, stick with it, you're doing a good job." He said, "And in the end, you'll be blessed for it."
What about this next man? Is he in denial, or is he an innocent man accused of adult rape? To back up his claim of innocence, Roger took and passed a polygraph.
No, I didn't do this. I did a job at this lady's house a couple of months ago, and during the process of working, she came out and served us drinks. She was friendly. She was wearing really short shorts, and I thought she looked nice. She smiled a lot, and I thought she even winked at me once. And we talked some. And there was a motorcycle at the house for sale, and I went to look at it, and this is like a couple of months after the job, and she remembered me. She was alone, except for her baby, and he was in bed. And we talked a little. We talked about the motorcycle. I came on to her, but she didn't say no. I kissed her. We made out a little bit, and one thing led to another, and we were in the bedroom. We had sex. Her next-door neighbor came in the house, and I guess he wanted to know who was there and saw my car out front. I understand that they're friends, but she panicked at that point when he came in. I guess she thought he would tell her husband, and she screamed rape. I didn't know what else to do but run. I was scared.
Roger eventually confessed that what really happened was very different from what you just heard. Here is what actually transpired.
The victim was 23 years old. She was a housewife. I gained access to the home knowing that there was a motorcycle there for sale. So I went there during the daytime knowing she would be home. The husband would be at work. I had done a job there 2 months prior. And knowing that, I knew a lot about them, doing the job for them. I knocked on the front door. She answered the door, and I said I came to see about the motorcycle for sale. I looked for signs of recognition. She didn't seem to recognize me. I had had a beard before and I was shaved, and she told me to step around back on the patio that it was around there, and I walked around there, and she met me out there, and the back door was open, and she turned around, turned her back to me to take the cover off the motorcycle, and that's when I grabbed her. Well, I grabbed her from behind, and in my haste, I dropped the knife that I had in my hand. I was going to use that as a scare tactic because it didn't fit my MO. I had convinced myself that as long as I don't harm this person, there's no real harm done. And so she backed against me, kicked back against me, and I fell. But I wouldn't let her go. I held on to her and I threw her down with me, and we fell through the back door into the living room. And that's when I got on top of her. I wrestled her down, put my hand over her mouth and told her not to scream, that I was going to let her up, but if she did scream, I'd kill her. I used fear as a weapon. I knew already that as long as she was afraid that I would kill her, even though I wouldn't, she would do what I told her to, and she did. And I then forced her into her bedroom. I raped her in the vagina 3 times, 3 different times. I raped her in the mouth with my penis once. I raped her in the anus with my finger once. And afterward, I asked her if she had a knife, and she said yes. And she was real scared at that point. I could see that she thought I was probably going to kill her. She had a child in the house, 18-month-old boy. I made her put him to bed prior to all of this in his bedroom, and he slept. I forced her in the kitchen, made her get out the butcher knife, and she handed it to me, and I said, no, it's not for me, that's for you. I want you to stab me with that knife. And I grabbed the blade and put the point of it right in my solar plexus, beneath my sternum. I said, I want you to push it real hard, and when I closed my eyes. And so she started crying, and she said that she couldn't do that. She couldn't kill me. It wasn't in her to kill someone. And then I got angry because I had planned on suicide that day. And I was angry because she wouldn't do it, and I didn't have the courage to do it myself. And so I screamed at her, and I told her, well, you'd better do it, because if you don't, I'm going to use it on you. And I thought I could scare her into doing it. She still wouldn't do it. Her baby started crying. She left, went and got him, came back in the room, and then I broke down and cried. I was crying for myself. I was feeling sorry for me. I wasn't even thinking about her.
I would do kind and generous things for people. I would give families money that did not have any money, that was not from the church treasury. It was from my own personal bank accounts. I would support them in all the ways that I could, talk to them, encourage them. I would go to nursing homes, talk with the elderly, pray with the elderly. I would do community service projects, pick up litter off the side of the road. I would mow the lawns for elderly and handicapped people, go grocery shopping for them. I would do activities that were centered around the things that young people like to do, not the things that tend to happen in churches, which are boring and dull. It was actually very exciting for them, and they enjoyed it, and our youth group grew. It was definitely to cover up what I had been doing. It seemed the more I would get into my deviancy, the more I would try to do that was good in the eyes of everyone else. And indeed, in the eyes of everyone else, I was a good kid. I grew up making good grades in school, went to a nice college. All of that just added to the double life.
The double life. Like so many sex offenders, Patrick worked hard at making people think he was not the kind of person who would commit a sexual offense. The church was not an accidental choice of a place to hide. Patrick felt that people in the church were very generous in their opinions of others, and he used that to his advantage.
I consider people that go to church gullible because they have a trust that comes from being Christians and other people. They tend to be better folks all around, and they seem to want to believe in the good that exists in all people. I consider people wanting to believe that these kind of things don't happen, that children shouldn't be molested, and that doesn't happen. And it really doesn't happen in my community and in my church. And because of that, it was easy for me to convince them, all the more with my good deeds that I had done, with the actions that I had presented the members of the congregation. I think that that they want to believe in people, and because of that, you can easily convince with or without convincing words. They said, well, we know this young man. He has been in our community all of his life. We know his parents, his grandparents, his aunts, his uncles. This is not something that he would do. This is not something that goes along with the behavior that we see him in and day out. And that was true, because I was very careful that they did not see that behavior day in and day out. Most of my deviant behavior happened at nighttime and behind the scenes, away and far from any important people who could make those kinds of judgments that, yes, indeed, Patrick is the kind of person who would go around molesting children.
Roger, too, felt that he had led a double life.
I think people are very easy to fool. The government's been doing it forever.
Why do you think they're so easy to fool?
Because people want to believe in something. And they want to hope, and they want to believe. There's something inside of people that makes them want to believe the best in things and the best in others, because the alternative is not very nice.
If I wanted to fool people, what advice would you give me? What's the best way to do it? How do I act? What do I do?
To be polite, to be kind, to show kindness, especially in public and where there are more than one present. To put this facade on constantly. You wear it like clothes every day. You smile even when you don't want to smile, when you don't feel like smiling. When you're hurting inside, you push that down and you smile anyway, and you're polite and you're kind, and you say the right things. You say the things that you think people want to hear, that you would like to hear. You exercise that sympathy.
The men in this film are all incarcerated sex offenders. In interviewing men for this project, over and over, I heard the same stories. They each had numerous victims. They were often caught many times before the offense for which they were finally incarcerated, and their victims had not been believed. Most ended up in prison only because some corroborating evidence was found, such as pornographic pictures of a child, or because they eventually confessed. Routinely, these sex offenders talked about how they set up and lived a double life, a life that covered up their deviant activities. When caught, they often denied aggressively, and often they found it surprisingly easy to fool people. Wayne has been incarcerated twice for child molestation. The first incarceration was for raping an 8-year-old girl. He tore her vagina so severely, she had to be taken to the hospital.
How many victims do I have total? I believe it's 12. Okay. I would have to really sit down and think about that. Most of my victims are girlfriends, children.
Okay. Why did nothing come of it when the children told?
Well, like one of my victims, she was rather wild, and it's to have a victim like that, it's very easy to make liars out of them because they don't want to tell what they've been doing to start with. It's kind of like if you tell on me, I'll tell on you.
Did you find people easy or hard to fool?
It depends on whether they care or not. If people in general, they're going to think what they want to think, and that's basically all there is to it. I mean, if they want to think bad of you, they're going to think bad of you. If they hear something bad of you and they kind of believe it, they're going to believe it, and if they don't, they don't. And something like that, it's hard to believe. In the business I was in, this guy works around children all the time. If he was molesting children, there's no way he couldn't get caught.
What was your business?
I was night manager of a grocery store. I was in a public lot. I led a double life. I mean, the store was, and I was an entirely different person. Maybe not so much an attitude or the way I acted, but I could honestly be me. I could be a productive person, and a decent person in the community. It was a place where I could say I'm a decent person. When I went home, I had to face this again. I'm not a decent person. I'm an indecent person. I do immoral things. It was like, and you get at work. For me, if I got at work, I loved to work. I loved to stay at work because I didn't have to go back home and face my real self. When I was first asked the question, when she first asked me the question if I did molest her, and it was like electricity running through my body. It's like I just really got nervous. So basically it was to get over the nervousness, because that's the first telltale sign, is being really nervous and perspiring and such as that. Quivers in my voice as is right now. It wouldn't be, I would have worked through that already. It was basically, if the guy really didn't care, it was kind of like an adult conversation, come on, guy, I'm not going to do anything like that. You know me. If I was talking to somebody I knew, and I would use my job, Look, I've been around children all my life, If I was going to molest a child, don't you think I'd pick a child outside my home and not have it in my home with me all the time? How do I fool people? It's a hard one. I guess I don't really know how to fool them. Just stare them straight in the eye and just tell them, just answer their questions when they ask you. Basically, it's not to be nervous and to look someone in the eye. If you can get to grasp to look someone in the eye, because that's, that's something that's driven in your head all your life. If somebody looks in your eye, they're telling you the truth. So if you can stare someone in the eye and tell them a lie, they're going to say, well, the guy didn't even blink, he didn't look away, he's pretty straight here. Plus, he's pretty good in the community. He's worked at this store 12, 15 years, or he's worked at his business 12, 15 years, and, basically, if you can stay calm and look whoever it is in the eye, and especially if the mother of the victim or the victim there, if the victim is anywhere that you can look at her and make her nervous, or him, whichever one it might be, the more nervous that you make them, the more it makes it seem like they're lying. If they're around, most of the time they're not. So just a simple look to a child is traumatizing. As you believe it or not, it really is, especially if the adult is molesting the child.
If this one had gone to court, do you believe you would have been convicted, or do you believe that a jury would have taken your word over the child's?
In my mind, I probably would think that I would have gotten away with it, because I could sit there, and if she was in the courtroom, which sometimes they do, they do bring them in sometimes, and sometimes they don't. And I know when we went to the hearing, she wouldn't even come in the courtroom. And when she did come in, when she looked at me, I just looked back at her, and I really didn't even give her any kind of insinuation with my look. I just basically looked at her. And she went right back out of the courtroom. And if we had went to the court, if we had went to court and we both had been in the courtroom at the same time, then I could have made her nervous enough to make her lie, or make her stumble to make people think she was lying.
Sometimes the sex offenders themselves are taken aback by the denial of other people. The next offender was a sadistic sex offender who was sexually aroused by pain and suffering. He often severely beat his stepson as well as molested him. Even he was surprised by the reaction of a nurse at the emergency room when his son tried to blow the whistle on him.
I took him to the hospital on a number of different occasions. Recall one occasion I beat him up very bad. And I took him to the hospital and they asked me what happened, and I told them that he fell down a flight of stairs and my wife was with me. And we didn't have no stairs in the house. My wife stood there and looked at me like, are you crazy? My son said, we don't have stairs. And the nurse told my son to be quiet, that she's not talking to him, she's talking to me. And she asked me to just go ahead and continue relaying, giving her the information. And I continued to tell her that he had fallen down a flight of stairs at home, bumped into the wall and hit the rail. She asked how many stairs it was. I told her it was about 10 or 12 stairs that he had fallen down. And that's how he got himself hurt and bruised up. And she said, okay, and that's the way the hospital report went. It was reported only to my wife 6 or 7, well, I take it back, it was reported to my wife and my parents probably 6 or 7 different times. And there was actually one instance where I went to the police station myself to turn myself in. And the officer at the desk told me to go home and sleep off my drunk. And I left. If it wasn't for the fact that my landlord had found some pornographic pictures of my son in the attic of the home where we were living, I would probably still be molesting.
Why wasn't your son believed?
I made up stories about him, and there was a lot of belief that the adults were to be believed and stepchildren weren't, that this was a problem with him and I not getting along. And that's a lot of the reason that people didn't believe what was happening, didn't believe him. I think general society is easy to fool. Extremely easy to fool. And I say that because of how long I have fooled society and how long I've fooled people. I've been fooling people for well over 25 years. And people have believed what I told them.
In this period of time, when you said you were a molesting monster at home, what were you like in terms of controlling people, in terms of violence? What was really going on in your house that people didn't know about?
What people didn't know about going on in my home was a lot of extreme violence. Beating my son up, beating my wife up. If my wife wouldn't have sex with me when I wanted it, or how I wanted it, I would beat her up and then rape her after I'd beat her. I had beaten my son into unconsciousness a number of times. And then I would keep him, sometimes kept locked up in the house until his bruises healed up. Keep him away from school, keeping him away from his friends. Nobody around me knew what I was doing. Nobody around my community knew that I was such a violent individual in the home. If they did, they never said anything. But I don't believe they ever knew, because I was completely and totally different outside of the house once I left the home.
There is no boundaries. Let me rephrase that. There was no boundaries for me. No place was off limits. No time was off limits. And no set of circumstances was off limits. At any time that I saw an opportunity to get what I wanted, which was to rape or molest, I took advantage of that. There were times that I raped in a car with the parents in the front seat, me in the back seat with the children. The child would feel such a bond of trust that the child would decide, okay, I'd like to go to sleep. I'd manipulate the child and lay him across the seat and molest the child with my hand on his penis.
by forcing my hand on his penis while the parents were in the front seat. There were other times that I molested and raped while at work, where I simply manipulated the child into coming into my office, and I just very simply locked the door and proceeded to do what I wanted to do, which was to rape the child. My nephew, I raped him for a period of 9 years. Raped and molested him for a period of over 9 years. And very few cases did I rape him in which no one was in the house. I have 11 male rape victims. I have one female rape victim. And I have approximately 1,250 male molest victims.
There is a myth in this culture, and a powerful one, that people can tell if other people are lying by the way they act. Liars, people think, act nervous. They can't look people in the eye. Sex offenders know better. They make it their business to trade on other people's myths. They look people in the eye. They use fluid hand gestures. They deny vigorously and aggressively. And what's more, they often do kind and generous things for others as a cover for their deviant activities. There were many children, these people in this film molested, who reported them, but they were simply not believed. We will never deal effectively with the problem of sexual aggression if we do not first find, examine, and deal with the myths we use to make ourselves feel safe.
So I know you need a minute. That's a lot, right? That's a whole lot right there. Oh my God, these guys, these people, okay, because we just happen to be looking at men, but there's women too. These offenders, these abusers. Seriously? And they look you right in the eyes, tall and proud, and lie, lie, lie. I don't know. This whole video is about a lot. It's about a lot, but it's about grooming and it's about abuse, sexual abuse. But for some reason, I feel like it's about Donald Wells. I know, all off topic, but is it really? I mean, if the shoe fits, he'll put it on, you know. I'm just saying. But I just came to check in on you because I know it's a lot. And I warned you in the beginning about this video. I like to dive deep. Okay? You have to face the monster under the bed to make it go away. But we're going to get back to it. Got to make sure that we're all aware this is happening. And it could be happening right next door. In your other bedroom, if you've got a roommate. Who knows? I mean, just, not that you can't trust anybody, but just don't trust anybody. You know what I mean? All right. Now take a deep breath. Let's get back to it.
He's not aroused by inflicting pain, by suffering, terror, or humiliation. Thus, he is a non-sadistic offender, since sadists are aroused by pain and suffering. He was an athletic director at a school, and he operated by identifying vulnerable children and becoming close to them. A responsible man in other ways, he hid from himself the harm that he was doing by making a series of thinking errors. In this section, he'll tell us about the type of children he chose and the ways in which he rationalized what he was doing to them.
And he sat across the desk from me and said, "John, I need to speak to you." And And I said, okay, and what's wrong? Because I could tell that the boy was hurting. And I said, what's wrong? And he looked at me and he says, well, I'm having some problems at school. And he went on to describe some grade problems. And that struck me as odd because I never saw this particular boy as being one that really cared about his grades. And I finally looked at him and I said, why don't you tell me what's really bothering you? And he rolled up his sleeve and you could see track marks on his arm where he had been shooting up. And he says, I don't know how to get off. And I can't tell my mom and dad. And I eventually helped him to take it to his parents, and through that we helped him to get some help. Now I never victimized that child, but it was things along that line that I used.
Why didn't you victimize that child?
At the time that he came to me, at the time that this child came to me, he was beyond my age range of victims. This child was approximately 15, and my preferred age range runs from about age 9 to 13 in that area. And that's why I didn't victimize him.
If he had been 9 to 13, would you have victimized him?
If he had been 9 to 13, he would have been at very high risk to have been victimized.
John, let me ask you something about that. There is a betrayal of trust in that is routine if you're molesting kids, but hard for an outside person to really understand. How did you betray trust like that? Do you know what I'm asking? Did it bother you? Did you tell yourself it didn't matter? How?
Yeah, I believe I know what you're asking.
Yeah.
I was not bothered by betraying that trust. The reason I was not bothered by betraying trust, I think now, and looking back at it, is I didn't see myself as betraying the trust. I was raped and molested myself as a child. Mm-hmm. And my family is not a very loving family. And I saw the rape and molest that I was being put through as being the only love that I ever received. When my brother raped and molested me, he was showing me love. That was my irrational thinking. So as I grew older, I portrayed that same irrational thinking onto my victims. I'm showing them love. And through that, I didn't see myself as betraying trust. I'm only showing them love. Yeah, I definitely projected my arousal onto my victims. My thinking was that I'm enjoying this, then they're enjoying this. Especially if the victim became erect himself. Of course, I know that bodies work. Mm-hmm. And at the time, I didn't think of it in that particular stance, that bodies work. At the time, I thought, oh, well, he's erect, and he must be enjoying this too. I know I'm enjoying it. I'm erect. Mm-hmm. So if he's erect, he's enjoying it.
As you just saw, John told himself that abusing children was a way of loving them and that they wanted the sexual contact as much as he did. With the deviant attraction to children that he had, and by using his thinking errors to ease his conscience, he was able to molest high numbers of victims without being troubled by it.
I created my first male victim when I was 15. And I have been victimizing male children virtually non-stop until my incarceration. I have 11 male rape victims. I have one female rape victim. And I have approximately 1,250 male molest victims. And I say approximately because I really don't know. There were times when I went a whole week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks without ever molesting anybody. And there were other times that I molested daily, 2 and 3 times a day. On average, I would say I molested 5 children a week over that 20-year period.
And you're meaning 5 different kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Offenders such as John inflict great emotional damage on children because of the sexual abuse and the betrayal of trust it involves. However, there is another type of offender who not only inflicts emotional abuse, but damages the victim physically as well. This next man, Gerald, is a sadistic sex offender. As he'll tell us, he is sexually aroused by inflicting pain. The victim he's describing is his 9-year-old stepson.
After about 2 years of molesting my son and all the pornography that I had been buying, renting, swapping, I had gotten my hands on some bondage and discipline pornography with children involved. And some of the reading that I had done and the pictures that I had seen showed total submission, forcing the children to do what I wanted. And I had eventually started using some of this bondage and discipline with my own son. And it had escalated to the point where I was putting a large Ziploc bag over his head and taping it around his neck with black duct tape or black electrical tape and raping and molesting him at that point, to the point that he would turn blue, pass out. At that point, I would rip the bag off his head, not for fear of hurting him, but because of the excitement. I was extremely aroused by inflicting pain. And when I seen him pass out and change colors, that was very arousing and heightening to me. And I would rip the bag off his head, and then I'd jump up on his chest and I'd masturbate in his face and make him suck my penis while he was, as he started to come back awake. While he was coughing and choking, I would rape him in the mouth. I used the same sadistic styled act of the plastic bag and the tape 2-3 times a week, and that went on for, I'd say, a little over a year. If I hadn't been arrested when I was, my stepson would be dead. I would have killed him. I had been fantasizing about killing a victim during the course of rape or molest about 5 or 6 months, all during the course of the molestation of my stepson when I was using the Ziploc, the plastic bag over his head. I had fantasized and thought about killing him, letting him go ahead and suffocate during the process of the molestation. I believe it would have been maybe as short as another month or two, and I would have actually killed him if I was not arrested.
Gerald's sadistic attacks continued despite the fact that his stepson reported him repeatedly. No one believed the child.
It was reported to my wife and my parents probably 6 or 7 different times. And there was actually one instance where I went to the police station myself to turn myself in. And the officer at the desk told me to go home and sleep off my drunk. And I left. If it wasn't for the fact that my landlord had found some pornographic pictures of my son in the attic of the home where we were living, I would probably still be molesting.
As you might expect, Gerald didn't confine his sexual assaults to the home. In fact, he had a lengthy history of attacking children outside the home as well. He had molested children from ages 4 to 16, with a preference for 10 to 14-year-old boys.
I've been raping and molesting for over a period of 25 years, and I have in excess of 300 victims.
Hands-on victims?
All hands-on victims.
How did you get access to so many victims?
Children are on the street all the time. I created my own opportunities. There were children at stores. I had picked some children up at the stores, at penny arcades, and I have snatched some off the street.
Now, did you, by pick them up, do you mean by grooming? You talk them into it, or do you mean violently grab them and kidnap them?
Sometimes there had been some violent kidnapping, snatching a child off the street, pulling him into my car, taking him to a deserted area, raping and molesting him, and then taking him back to where I had snatched him from. There had been instances where I would groom the child with toys, money. I'd see a child in a store standing around the toy displays, and I would offer to buy the toy that this child may be looking at, and would actually walk up to the counter and pay for the toy and walk out of the store with the child and the toy. And then I would, after I had taken the child to a deserted area or a house that I had actually fixed up for the purpose of raping and molesting children, I would take the child back to the store where I had got him from and leave him off at the front door and leave.
Gerald covered up his raping and molesting by living what might be called the double life. Friends and associates had no clue he was a violent man.
I feel more that I led a triple life. I was one way at home, I was one way at work, and I was a different way in the community. When I was at home, I was a molesting monster. I would rape and molest. When I was in the community, I was more of a stalker. I would be stalking people, stalking children, looking for victims. When I was more with my employers or the in crowd that I was in, it was something I was completely different as, I'm the perfect individual, have a good paying job, drive a nice car, dress nice, and go to a lot of high class fancy places. And this is the life, this is what I would portray to the people that I wanted them to see. My friends, my employers, business associates. This is what I would portray to them. What people didn't know about going on in my home was a lot of extreme violence. Beating my son up, beating my wife up. If my wife wouldn't have sex with me when I wanted it, where I or how I wanted it, I would beat her up and then rape her after I'd beat her. I had beaten my son into unconsciousness a number of times. And then I would keep him, sometimes kept locked up in the house until his bruises healed up. Keep him away from school, keeping him away from his friends. Nobody around me knew what I was doing. Nobody around my community knew that I was such a violent individual in the home. If they did, they never said anything. But I don't believe they ever knew, because I was completely and totally different outside of the house once I left the home.
Even sadists often make thinking errors to rationalize the abuse. But these errors are different from the errors that non-sadists make. While non-sadists tell themselves that they are loving children, sadists such as Gerald often tell themselves that their victims deserve the treatment that they are getting.
Well, I devalued all children, both step-in biological children and others' children. Mostly others and my stepchild. I told myself that my stepchild, because he wasn't mine, because he wasn't my biological son, that he was less than human anyway. Other people's children that I had raped and molested, they weren't mine. They weren't my biological children, so it didn't make any difference to me. I viewed children as a piece of meat. To me, children were a toy. Do what I wanted with and then throw it away.
Gerald did make one unusual thinking error, which is not typical for this kind of offender. Even though he knew the children he was attacking were suffering and he wanted them to suffer because suffering was sexually arousing to him, he still managed to find a way eventually to maintain almost a dual kind of awareness. He was able to enjoy the suffering and at the same time still tell himself the child wanted it to happen.
The thinking process that I used it with pain and how arousing I found it was if a child was screaming, I would tell myself that, it's the child's not really hurting, because I know in all reality I know I was hurting the child. But the only way that I could continue the act was to tell myself that I wasn't hurting the child. I really wasn't hurting him or her. And I found the more I told myself that, the more I believed it. And then I found that if the child tried to pull away or would scream, holler, cry, and all my lying to myself would enhance that and make it more arousing to me. And the pain, the aspect of inflicting pain was extremely arousing. It was something that had taken time to build up. It didn't just happen. It took time to build that up. And after a while, I could actually take and turn it around to the child was screaming because they wanted more. The child was screaming actually because they liked it. The child was screaming because they wanted me to continue. And it's all turning it around and saying that the tears really aren't real for hurt. The screaming isn't really because of pain. It's that the person actually wants this to happen. And that's how I was turning it around. And I had told myself this so many times that I believed it.
Now, did you do that at the time, or did you rework it in your room later?
When I first found that I was really aroused to inflicting pain, I didn't have to work. I didn't have that line of thinking right then. Okay, I knew that I was hurting them. It took me some time, and I worked it through at a later time. I'd work it over half hour, 45 minutes, hour and a half later, that this child was asking for it. This child wanted more. And the more that I thought about it that way, the more that I looked at it, there came a point in my life after 6-7 months of doing this that I didn't even have to change the thought process anymore. The immediate thought process was scream, pain, excitement. They wanted it. There was no change after that. I had told myself so much that I had built it into it. It was a built-in thinking process at that point, that child was crying, screaming, because they wanted me to inflict the pain, no matter how much I hurt them. There were incidents and cases where tissue had been torn, blood, and I know there was pain. But I had no remorse for it. I didn't feel sorry for it. I was aroused to that. And the child screaming made the arousal even higher.
It's obvious that this offender and other sadists do not have empathy for their victims. But it would be a mistake to think that a victim empathy program would help. Victim empathy programs work by teaching offenders what the victim is feeling during the attack. That is, that the victims are suffering. Sadists know this already. The problem is the victim's suffering doesn't upset them, it sexually arouses them. In this section, Gerald will tell us exactly how he felt about his victim's suffering.
At the time, I didn't have any feelings for anybody other than myself. I wanted me to feel good, and it didn't make a difference who hurt in the process as long as I felt good. I was very apathetic. I had very little feelings for anybody. At that point in my life, I don't think I had empathy for anybody, including myself. I'm not even sure I knew what empathy was at that point. I didn't care about other people's feelings. I didn't care for other people, period.
I think it's important to ask just exactly what do sadists and other very violent offenders get out of the behaviors. Yes, they're sexually excited by suffering, but mostly they're men who can also obtain an orgasm from less violent forms of sex, even from consensual sex. So what more do they get from the sadistic behavior that they don't get simply from orgasm. This next man will describe the violent fantasy that he developed and what he got out of the fantasy and the behavior that was far more powerful for him than orgasm was.
For years, I had been looking at pornography, voyeuring women, sexualizing them in situations. I had built up a lot of fantasies about grabbing a woman out of a convenience store, taking her somewhere secluded, and raping her. This was exciting to me. I kept going with that. I masturbated behind this fantasy continuously. It got to a point where I told myself I was either going to do this or I wasn't. I had even tried to commit suicide one time because I thought I was going insane. I finally gave up and said, well, I'm this way. And since I'm this way, I'm gonna get comfortable with it. I'm gonna do these acts. If I'd been in a store, I may have seen a grown woman, and I'd go home and think about her, raping her, grabbing her out of a store. To me, I could walk in a store. The most obvious thing for me to do and get away with it was just walk up, grab him, and walk off, and that's what I did in this crime. I walked right in the convenience store, stuck a gun in the woman's back, and walked right out. When I stuck the pistol in my victim's back, the adrenaline rush that I got out of that, I had done drugs before and drank alcohol. Nothing could compare with that rush that I got when I stuck that pistol in her back. It was like my whole world turned upside down. Everything went in slow motion for a few minutes. A lot of times I thought that I was a junkie on my own adrenaline. It may not have been adrenaline. It may have been other chemicals in my body. But I learned how to tap into those things by using my own fear, other people's fear, and a lot of it came with the deviant behavior. That's the only way I could tap into it. And I wanted that high. The high I got during that crime surprised me. When I stuck that pistol in her back, I almost passed out. The rush was so intense. And it scared me. Because I had already pulled a gun on this woman and stuck it in her back. And for me to pass out, it scared me. You know, I hadn't anticipated that. Not at all. I thought I would get a high, but not that like that.
It's fair, I think, to raise the question of whether what this man and other violent offenders describe as a high is in fact some sort of internal drug addiction, whereby they learn how to trigger internal chemicals through violent fantasies and behavior. That has certainly not been proven. But whatever the nature of the high they describe, it's clear that as time goes on, the degree of violence it takes to produce this high often escalates.
Killing my victim would have been the next high for me. The progress of my deviant behavior was high. I went from one to another. It was an adrenaline rush for me. I wanted that rush. I had to have it. That's what my thinking was. And the night I committed my crime, when I stuck that pistol in my victim's back, I got a rush like I'd never gotten before. After that, everything had went downhill for me. I was feeling worse about it. Sometimes I question if I would have continued. After that, I thought the rape may not be anything, you know. But I thought if I killed my victim, now that would be a real high.
Gerald, too, describes a violent high.
I'd have to say I did get a high out of violent behavior. I got a high out of any controlling, dominating situation. Any situation that I was able to control, right? I got a high out of. I had like an adrenaline rush. I felt powerful, in charge, where in consensual sexual relationship, sure, orgasm was achieved, ejaculation was achieved, and then it's over. But the feeling of power and control lasts it would last a lot longer. It was always there. And it's something I knew that I could achieve at any given point, any time. I knew what I had to do. All I had to do was control somebody or dominate, and that high was there. The high from sadistic acts is different. It's more extreme. It was more extreme. It seemed to me that committing a sadistic act and having sex involved in that sadistic act just heightened everything more. The feelings, the orgasm, the ejaculation, it seemed to heighten it even more.
The world of sex offenders doesn't consist simply of non-sadistic child molesters and sadistic offenders who may target adults or children. There are many different types of offenders. For example, power and control rapists, anger rapists, and simply criminals who see no difference between the VCRs they steal and the people they assault. This film isn't attempting to describe all of them. But there is one other type of offender we will look at. Psychopathic offenders may be rapists, child molesters, sadists, or any type of sex offender. They may not even be sex offenders, but engage in other forms of criminal or exploitive behavior instead. The hallmark of psychopathy is that the person doesn't have a problem in one area, such as sex, but has a pervasive lack of responsibility as well as a lack of attachment to other people. In this next section, Robert describes behavior that puts him in the category of power and controlled rapist, but doesn't necessarily tell us his problems are pervasive and that he has no capacity for attachment. That will come later.
Yeah, it was power and control. I was grooming her from the age of, it started about the age of 1. When I was the punisher, I was the one who decided punishment over the children. I was the one who spanked the children. I was the one who punished the children. And if I seen the children doing anything wrong, even bickering and arguing amongst themselves, I would whip them and tell them, just kids playing. I would tell myself, well, she's not going to be like that. She is going to be the perfect mate. And I told myself that. And I didn't molest her then.
Perfect mate.
The perfect mate. I was grooming her to fit me. To fit me.
At what age?
I started at about a year. I started grooming her, whooping her, and telling her this, to do this, not do that. Then I molested her at 18 months old. And I thought to myself, I said, well, this is going to be easy. This is going to be easy. I'm going to have my own child, my own stepdaughter, which is really not blood related to me. And I'm telling myself these things. It's not blood related to me. When she grows up to be 14, 15 years old, I will have the perfect sexual mate for sexual purposes. Anything else didn't matter. It was sex. That was it. I didn't care about, really, honestly, I didn't love the child. I wanted the child for my own purposes. I was the one potty training her. Okay? My wife let me potty train her. I potty trained her. And at the first when I was potty training her, I gave her a break. Every now and then she could use the bathroom in her pants. But I was setting her on that stool for sometimes hours at a time, telling her to use the bathroom there. She started doing it. She started using the potty, and then all of a sudden I've been doing this for about 3 or 4 months, and she got good at it, and then all of a sudden she would use the bathroom in her pants, and I would tear her hide up. I would actually put bruises on her butt by spanking her by using the bathroom in her pants.
How'd you get a little kid to sit on the potty for hours? That's an awful long time.
Yell and scream, tell her you're going to use that potty, and you ain't going to get off that potty till you use that potty. Have you used the potty yet? No. You're going to sit there until you use it. And as I look back, I was done that way, the same way she was done.
How was you justified in your head?
How I justified in my head, she's going to do what I want her to do, and that's it. She's going to use the bathroom. She's going to, let's say that I told her that Daddy loves her, and Daddy's going to take care of her, and Daddy's going to give her anything she wants as long as she does what Daddy tells her. I got married at 19, and I kind of like refrained from, or tried to refrain from sexually acting out with any other ladies besides her, because I knew that AIDS was coming out, and I knew that diseases were very frequent. And I started thinking to myself that if I stick with this one girl and just groom her, for one woman, I would groom her and get her to do what I wanted her to do. And eventually she did. She done what I asked her to do. It was no problem. It was a little at a time, and I done it. And I manipulated her and coerced her. Manipulation, coercion, violent behaviors, striking her, get her so drunk she'd pass out, and I'd do what I want to with her. I'd force myself upon her when she was passed out and did what I pleased. And sexual behavior got real out of whack. Yeah, I made her force objects into her vagina. I made her, forced her into watching pornographic material and stating that I wanted to do that certain thing to her. I wanted to have sex with her constantly. This was every day, 3 or 4 times. I would get it, want it as many times in the day as I could get it. And I have got it up to 6 times in one day. And still, I did not have enough. I wanted more. It was like a fix. I wanted it. And I did anything I could to get it.
And how many victims did you have total?
I have a total of 24 now. And I'm looking to see if I have any more.
And were these, you said these were all kids except 2?
No. Oh, yeah, well, they were under the age of 18. Most of my victims were the age of 11 to 16.
And how did you get control of them? Was it through force and control and violence?
It was manipulation. No, it wasn't violence. It was more like manipulation. It was coercion. It was like, I'll buy you this. I'll give you that. And treating them like a person, but they were just objects. They were just objects. I was doing anything in my power to get them to give sex up, to give it up. And that's what I used to tell them. I said, give it up, after I would have done, say, groomed them up. And then and they would comply. I would buy them beer, get them drunk, get them high, get them, any way that I could manipulate a woman or a girl, a child into having sex, I would do it.
In this section, you will see the lack of attachment to anyone that suggests Robert is not only a power and control sex offender, he's quite psychopathic as well.
The best way to fool people is to help them, is to ask what they want, ask what they need. Do they need any help doing anything? Do they need any money, or do they need their car fixed? Do they need the grass cut? Do they need their children looked out for? Do they need a job? Do they need anything to get them to think that I am a decent person and want to help, trust me, I will help. And overall, that was a flat-out lie.
Why do you think makes people so trusting?
What do you mean, as far as trusting?
Trusting you.
Trusting me? Because to trust me, I thought that I could be trusted to a certain extent. But behind their back, no. I would take things from them, steal from them, scope out things that I could steal, just see what I could get out of somebody, just get what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I see something I want, to get somebody to trust me. Like, say if I was to go over and cut this person's grass, fix his car, loan him some money, and then and if I see something I want, like he's got a nice stereo, then, and I would set it up. I would say, hey, well, he's not home at such and such a time. That'd be the perfect time to go get me a stereo. So I would say, hey, he's gone. I know exactly how to get in through the back way. I'll even go into his house and open a window so I can come in here tomorrow and steal his stereo. I was looking out for number one, for me. I didn't have any empathy for anybody else because it seemed to me nobody had any empathy for me. I wasn't going to give anybody any empathy that didn't give it to me. And that was it. That was bottom line. You don't... I didn't have people cry for me or tell me, ask me if I needed anything. Then, I wouldn't use any empathy. I would fake it. Now, fake empathy, like saying, I know how you feel. I've been in that situation before. I've done that, and it didn't turn out all that hot. And I would fake it, but there wasn't no empathy there. That was just a show. That was just to tell. That was just to get the person to say, well, hey, it seems like he's pretty good fella. And, that was manipulation all the way.
I'm aware how disturbing this film is. I made it because I've seen children report acts of sadistic abuse and not be believed because the listener refused to believe that such things happen. It's easier to deny malevolence than it is to face it. But we have no hope of detecting and stopping this kind of behavior if we don't learn something about it. I made this film in the hopes that the next victim won't report 6 or 7 times as Gerald's victim did and still not be believed.
If it wasn't for the fact that my landlord had found some pornographic pictures of my son in the attic of the home where we were living, would probably still be.
Good evening, and welcome to another edition of Primetime Thursday.
We started investigating tonight's story more than 4 months ago in Montana. The story of a sexual predator named Nathaniel Barjona. Montana accused him of crimes that shocked the world. But we learned that long before he came to Montana, Barjona had committed crimes that could have, maybe should have, locked him up for life. Tonight, something every man, every woman, every parent should hear as we investigate a system that not only put Barjona back on the streets, but dozens of others who were released from the same treatment center at about the same time. Cynthia McFadden with The Predators Among Us.
It's just a week or so before Christmas in 1999. On 3 different days, police see a man lurking around this elementary school in Great Falls, Montana. When they arrest him, they discover he's carrying a stun gun, a fake police badge, and pepper spray. They charge him with impersonating an officer.
He was like the guy next door that you would trust, until you really got to know him.
Deborah Champagne and her son Lucas thought they knew the man who was arrested, Nathaniel Barjona, their neighbor, a frequent visitor at their home, and a popular figure at Saturday swap meets.
And the kids, they always went to Nate's booth first because he always focused on children's things, that mostly what little boys liked.
Barjona had lots of little boys as friends. He sold them toys out of his garage. But Deborah Champagne started to get an uneasy feeling when Barjona would come over to visit.
I would go, like, to the restroom or something at the apartment, and all of a sudden he'd have Lucas coaxed into his bedroom. And I'd be like, what are you doing in here?
And what was he doing in Great Falls? That was a question a whole town would ask as the puzzle of Barjona's secret life was put together piece by terrifying piece. In 1996, 10-year-old Zachary Ramsey had disappeared. Witnesses say he was last seen in this alley with Barjona. But the investigation had gone nowhere until the day Barjona was arrested outside that school. When police searched Barjona's house, they found a chilling list of children's names, among them Zachary's. And in the garage, as they sifted through the dirt and debris, police say they found the bones of a different child. And this, a journal written in code. According to the FBI, which deciphered it, it's a cannibalistic menu of sorts, with such gruesome entries as little boy stew and roasted child. Police charge Barjona with Zachary's murder. They say he butchered the boy, then tried to serve the remains to Deborah Champagne. He called it venison stew.
I was like, this is spoiled venison. He's like, oh no, I did it myself. And I'm like, oh no, we're not eating it. And now, and then he got mad and left.
The people of Great Falls were shocked. Could a real-life Hannibal Lecter be living among them? They were equally shocked by how he got here. Prosecutor Brant Light says Barjona was dumped on Montana by officials in Massachusetts without even a warning.
I've been waiting now for over a year and a half for somebody to call me up and say, hey, we're sorry, we made a mistake, and here's what we've done to correct it, to make sure it doesn't happen again.
What had happened, and what did they know in Massachusetts about Barjona? We followed his trail from Montana east. It took us to this place, the Massachusetts Treatment Center for the Sexually Dangerous, where predators can be locked away for life. Barjona spent 12 years behind these fences for crimes against little boys. Then, in 1991, he was set free. When we started to dig, we learned many others had been set free at the same time. In fact, many the very same year. 1991. Convicted rapist Michael Kelly got out and murdered 2 women. Ronald Leftwich got out and murdered a priest. Ralph Houghton got out the year before and raped a retarded 21-year-old man. And Wayne Chapman, a serial pedophile, we'll tell you more about him later. So what was going on here? The treatment center was set up in the 1950s as a way to lock up sex offenders, possibly for life. Sean Summers was a caseworker there for 6 years.
It was a warehouse for dangerous people. We need a warehouse for really dangerous people so they don't go out and kill other people or hurt kids. But it was a big hypocrisy.
Things changed when the court said it had to be run more like a hospital than a prison, but treating the men like patients, not prisoners, didn't work.
It was like being in there with Satan.
This man is a convicted rapist who was an inmate in the treatment center for 12 years.
They didn't separate those who raped adults from those who raped children, or gays from straights. So anything went.
We've heard reports of inmate-on-inmate sex.
Common.
Discouraged by the staff?
Not at all.
Because?
Mental health community generally thought that was fine, well, and good, and asked about your relationship because it was consensual.
Were the therapists aware that the prisoners were having sex with each other?
Well, the therapists were having sex with the so-called patient inmates as well.
There's no doubt in your mind about this?
There's no doubt in my mind about it at all, because I was approached a couple of times.
Inmate-staff relationships?
There were occasions when that happened.
It wasn't condoned, but that's not all that was happening. Outsiders were actually brought into the mix. For several years, the treatment center sponsored a family visitor day, billed as a way to facilitate rehabilitation. Insiders tell us that several of the inmates were caught having sex with their visitors, but when someone noticed one of the pedophiles was running the children's pony rides, and yet another was accused of trying to molest someone else's niece, Visitors' Day was finally canceled. And so, in this environment, Nathaniel Barjona was supposed to be getting better. Former therapist Paula Erickson knew how dangerous Barjona could be from another inmate.
We had been in group with Nathaniel Barjona.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he had
cannibalistic tendencies.
He would go to therapy so they couldn't say he was not participating, and he would sit there and just laugh.
From the time Barjona was first evaluated, therapists documented his problems. 1977, he's called dangerously disturbed and his recovery questionable. 1980, he has sexual fantasies about torture and cannibalism. He expresses a curiosity about the taste of human flesh. 1983, Barjona admits a long-standing interest in the instruments of torture. Other inmates say they knew of Barjona's fascination with makeshift kiddie porn.
They would get catalogs, like Sears catalogs, and they would open them up and take scissors and cut out pictures of, a child maybe modeling underwear or something.
And where do they say he hid it?
He used to carry it around in his Bible.
A Bible he was seldom without. Barjona was a member of a Christian group inside the institution.
It attracted mostly pedophiles. They used that as a substitute for therapy. We're in the church. We're studying Jesus. We're sorry. We did this, and we're going to confess to God, and we're going to be all set.
But despite all this, Barjona still had a chance to get out.
This is how it works. Inmates have the right each year to petition a judge to release them. To stop that, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the inmate is still dangerous. Back then, it was no secret among inmates that the best way to get out was to find two sympathetic psychologists.
Barjona did just that. He found two men who identify themselves as Christian psychologists, Dr. Richard Ober, a family therapist, and Dr. Eric Schweitzer, who runs a Christian counseling center.
I'm Cynthia McFadden from ABC News. You'd be willing to talk to us?
I really can.
You can or you won't.
Both refused to speak with us, but when we caught up with Dr. Schweitzer, he finally agreed to talk.
Do you think you can predict who's going to be dangerous and who isn't?
No. Not with any high level certainty, I think.
Yet, back then, Dr. Schweitzer and Dr. Ober both testified before the judge that Barjona was not now a sexually dangerous person. The treatment center argued against his release, calling him a risk to the community. But the judge accepted Drs. Ober and Schweitzer's recommendation and set Barjona free.
He's duped a lot of us. There were strong enough statements apparently made by him or supposedly made by him that had I been aware of them, probably those in themselves would have caused me not to recommend his release. But apparently with data...
He talked about eating children.
Correct.
He talked about the instruments of torture in group therapy. He talked about his fantasies of...
And if those were in the record, Cynthia, I never saw them.
And on the very day he was released, new questions about Barjona's state of mind.
On the day that he left, his mother came to the institution to pick him up. And as he was leaving the institution, he mooned a female correction officer. And as they were leaving, his mother slapped him in the face.
Within days, yet another warning. He was arrested. Police say he got into a parked car and sat on a little boy's lap while the boy's mother was inside this post office. But Massachusetts offered him a deal. If he'd leave the state with his mother, who was moving to Montana, the charges would be dropped. Montana prosecutor Brant Light.
They simply, basically said to go Montana, good luck. That to me, I just can't believe they did that.
In Montana, Barjona is now charged with molesting 3 boys and with first-degree murder in the death of the little boy he allegedly cannibalized. He faces the death penalty. He's pled not guilty.
Do you feel you owe anyone an apology for your recommendation?
No, I don't. I'm clear on my conscience before God.
It's not very comforting to the parents of the little boy that he allegedly cannibalized.
I'm sure that's true.
Within a month of Barjona's release, the same 2 psychologists, Drs. Ober and Schweitzer, would recommend the release of yet another man, a man who was at the treatment center for molesting more than 50 boys, a man with the same MO for stalking children as Barjona, right down to the police badge and the stun gun. His name? Wayne Chapman.
He was not very bright, but when it came to stalking children, he was a wizard.
When we return, he recorded his twisted thoughts as he prowled the Northeast looking for children.
Boy, would I love to get into some of the stuff that's in them buses. Wow.
A child molester who may be back on the street soon. Primetime Gibson.
We continue now with another story from the Massachusetts Center for the Treatment of the Sexually Dangerous. Sex crimes prosecutors know a grim reality, that sexual predators victimize far more people than we ever know about. One study found pedophiles on average molest 75 children before they're caught. The next man you'll meet has admitted to attacking dozens and dozens of children. Once again, Cynthia McFadden.
It was grisly work, running the incinerators at this Providence hospital each night, burning the medical waste. But it was Wayne Chapman's daytime occupation that caught the attention of police.
Here comes two boys now. One of them looked pretty good there. Ooh.
This is very difficult to listen to. The voice of a pedophile recorded himself as he stalked little boys.
There's several school buses passing me now. Why would I love to get into some of the stuff that's in them buses? Wow. Woo.
This is the man behind the voice, Wayne Chapman. We are broadcasting this so you might get a glimpse into the mind of this predator.
Right now I'm passing two paper boys. One of them is about 8 years old.
He made the tapes, presumably so he could relive the experience later. He admitted that for years he traveled all over the Northeast looking for boys.
It's out of this world, the feeling you get from a young kid like that.
As he stalked children, he took these pictures. Police say they were potential victims. And he didn't just photograph the boys. In Providence, he admits he ran a club for boys and molested some of the members.
What Wayne Chapman did to him, it was horrible. Horrible.
This man, seen here in a photograph that Chapman took of him when he was just 10 years old, says Chapman tried to molest him and succeeded in molesting his best friend.
It took away his childhood, his innocence. He doesn't trust anyone. Medication after medication. If you look at him, he's kind of empty inside. I can stop.
He says Chapman molested boys at this apartment where he set up cameras, tripods, and even a darkroom.
He preyed on the kids that were really weak and that were looking for attention.
Chapman's crimes came to light almost by accident. In 1976, Chapman was stopped in the pre-dawn for a routine traffic violation. Police found hundreds of pictures of naked boys in his van.
He didn't go fishing, he didn't go hunting, he didn't play golf, he didn't do anything that normal people do. His whole thing was being around children.
Al Mintz was a sex crimes detective in Providence at the time. For some reason, he was the only cop Chapman would talk to.
Tell me what your first impressions of Wayne Chapman were.
The best way to describe that is that I was looking into a black hole.
What did he admit to you?
The first thing he admitted was molesting a lot of children, tying children, leaving them in the woods. I went through his trash. I found receipts, gasoline receipt, restaurant receipts. They could place him in different towns. And isn't that funny? Whenever we checked with us, there was a murder or a sexual assault or a body found.
Or a missing kid.
Or a missing child.
In Brockton, Massachusetts, Chapman was charged with the murder of a 5-year-old boy. The charges were dropped for lack of evidence. One reason, the body had not been recovered. That same year, Chapman was also a suspect in the possible murder of a 10-year-old boy who disappeared from this pool in nearby Lawrence. The case remains unsolved.
He described the exact area where he disappeared. He described the city yard, sand piles and asphalt, which was near the pool. When we kept questioning him, he blurted out, "Okay, I killed the kid, okay?"
But authorities never pursued a murder case, and at the time, that was okay with Detective Mintz, because Chapman was sent to the Massachusetts Treatment Center for the Sexually Dangerous for 2 other sex crimes. He figured that's where Chapman would stay.
The state of Massachusetts had that law that once he was deemed a sexually dangerous person, that he would go away forever.
You believe Wayne Chapman would never get out of this state hospital?
That's what I was told, yes.
And at the time, it seemed like the truth. He would never get out as long as therapists continued to see him as sexually dangerous.
We had great concerns about Wayne Chapman.
Paula Erickson was one of his therapists. She was laid off in 1992 and has since settled a lawsuit she filed against the state.
he was one of the church people. He was forever talking about religion and refusing to do treatment.
Remember, like Barjona, religion became a preoccupation for Chapman in the treatment center.
He wouldn't participate in treatment unless it was his way. And his way was this Bible talk. And that's all he was interested in.
Chapman did participate in some treatment. Remember Dr. Schweitzer, who recommended Barjona's release? Wayne Chapman hired him as his therapist. And Dr. Schweitzer and Ober, the two men who helped Barjona get out, were about to do the same for Wayne Chapman. Ober wrote, Chapman has undergone a religious experience, and noting that on visiting day, he is exposed to children who are present, but has had no sexual thoughts regarding them. The state said Chapman was sexually dangerous, but had shown improvement. The treatment center fought Chapman's release, but the question is, how effective was their argument? Not only in his case, but in dozens of others. Because at the time, a state report had concluded that the treatment wasn't working.
There wasn't anything to show that the various treatment modalities that had been used at the treatment center, either in Massachusetts or in other places, really had any long-term effect in actually changing behavior.
Attorney Bruce Carroll has represented more than 24 inmates who gained release from the treatment center. He says the center's poor reputation made his cases easier to win.
The judge could sort of look and sort of say, you know, if the treatment center isn't doing their job right, how can I believe what they're saying here in the courtroom?
In Wayne Chapman's case, the judge sided with Chapman's hired psychologist, relying heavily on the opinion of Dr. Ober, much to the chagrin of Detective Mintz.
He says in his 1990 report that Wayne Chapman, quote, has no record of any injury to his victims.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. The first time he went to jail, he tied a child to a tree and set him on fire. This doctor, what did he say his name was? Ober?
Dr. Ober.
Never talked to me.
Dr. Ober would never agree to talk to us either. So what could have been a life sentence for Wayne Chapman wasn't. Instead, he now only has to finish his original prison term. He is scheduled for release in 3 years.
Detective, do you believe that if Wayne Chapman is released, he'll engage in these activities again?
Absolutely. It's just a matter of time.
Next, a rapist's special privileges. Let loose from the center for days at a time and finally set free, only to kill.
My sister was a victim, and not only a victim of Michael Kelly, but a victim of a failure of the system.
The man they called the model inmate, when primetime returns. Home free in the community, even to pick up prostitutes, and their therapists didn't seem to mind.
The therapeutic community would consider that a step in the right direction because it was an adult, it was consensual, and good for him.
Predators Among Us. When Primetime Thursday continues after Predators Among Us continues. Once again, Diane Sawyer.
The Massachusetts Treatment Center for the Sexually Dangerous is one of the largest of its kind in the world. 500 men are held there. By law, every year, each of them can ask to be released, and it's then up to the state to prove that the man is still dangerous. The court relies heavily on psychologists, but studies show that even under the best of circumstances, they're wrong a substantial portion of the time. Cynthia McFadden continues now with a man who appeared to be an ideal candidate for release.
This is Michael Kelly. He was committed to the Massachusetts Treatment Center for the Sexually Dangerous after convictions for 2 brutal rapes. 11 years later, he was released. Once again, it is 1991. The Department of Mental Health finds Kelly a job at this sign shop. And right next door, the same department places 21-year-old Colleen Coughlin, a disabled woman, in her first apartment. Days later, she vanishes without a trace.
Awful. Just awful.
Her grandmother, Norma Jean Coughlin.
No matter how old they are, she still was missing. We didn't know where she was, regardless of whether she's 5 years old or 21 or 29. The same feeling is there.
3 months go by, but nobody thinks to question Kelly until a second woman, Deborah Lavangi, disappears in the same neighborhood. After police find her body in the sign shop where Kelly works, he admits to murdering both women. He takes police to his home where Colleen Coughlin's body is buried in his backyard.
This is a crime somebody let happen. She was just an innocent girl, young girl. That's all. And he was let out there to go after a young, innocent girl. And it happened to be Colleen.
My sister was a victim, and not only a victim of Michael Kelly, but a victim of a failure of the system, basically.
Bree Coughlin and her family want to know why Kelly was released when he could have been held for life.
You tried to stop Michael Kelly's release.
I did try to stop his release.
Former therapist Paula Erickson was a member of the review board that recommended Kelly's release, although she voted against it.
Why was Michael Kelly released?
He was released because he was Dr. Parenke's pet, and it would just be impossible for Michael Kelly to not be anything but okay. And he was released because he said what they wanted to hear.
Dr. Robert Parenke is the treatment center's director of research. He was also one of Kelly's therapists.
How well did you know Michael Kelly?
This is not something I can talk about.
Because?
Let's go off camera.
At first, Dr. Parenke didn't want to talk about Michael Kelly or his work with him, but he was willing to talk about his research into predicting which sexual predators are likely to strike again.
The very finest, the most skilled, the most seasoned forensic examiners will still be fooled at some point by the most skilled, the most seasoned, the brightest and the most talented psychopaths.
But it's worth taking a chance.
Do we have any choice?
Dr. Parenke says no. He believes treatment can work in some cases, and when it does, those men need to be released. But even he acknowledges knowing for certain is impossible.
Cynthia, there will always be failures. Look, the best that we can hope for is achieving an overall accuracy of about 80%. That means that we're still going to be wrong as much as 20% of the time.
But consider the implications of even that most optimistic of estimates. Then consider this. In the late 80s and early 90s, even though the treatment center opposed most releases, there was a virtual exodus of inmates.
It was like a nuclear power plant just dumping nuclear waste on the community.
It was a time when even the federal government bought into the idea that sex offenders were different from other criminals. They had a disease. Even the Social Security Administration considered the conditions underlying pedophilia a disability, and believe it or not, were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to pedophiles inside the treatment center for their disability.
Practically everybody was getting Social Security checks except me.
Some of these guys were getting a lot of money.
Oh, yes. There's people that were walking around there with $3,000 and $4,000 in cash in their pockets.
Sean Summer, the caseworker, saw firsthand what was going on.
I used to take patients/inmates to the administrative area where they would pick up checks. I saw retroactive Social Security checks in the amounts of $13,000, $20,000, a lot of money.
All the money created a flourishing underground economy, complete with allegations of extortion and money laundering. And the canteen was a hub of activity. And who ran the canteen? For a while, it was Michael Kelly, though he denies any wrongdoing.
The canteen seemed to have everything but women and children in there that you could buy.
Like what could you buy in the canteen?
You could buy drugs and anything else you can imagine.
This was in one inmate's room.
I want a stereo, a TV.
Anything. I've seen stereos the size of that table. TVs almost, yeah. You could have anything you want come in there.
The Social Security Administration acknowledges to primetime that some pedophiles at the treatment center received checks for decades, right up until last year. Flush with disability checks, inmates from inside the treatment center were making big purchases on the outside, too. Like this house, which several years ago was owned by a child molester. And this house, which was actually rented to treatment center staffers by its then owner, another child molester.
A lot of times their only disability was a proclivity to put little boys' heads in vices. Now, we were paying these guys for that service.
With the help of their therapists who
Oftentimes help them fill out the applications. How can you justify giving those guys Social Security monies? Terrible.
Terrible, but all part of the world Michael Kelly knew at the treatment center. Even though he wasn't getting Social Security checks, remember, he did get favored jobs, like running the canteen.
I don't know any special privileges that this man was given that other inmates were not given.
No? Consider this. Michael Kelly was one of only a handful of men actually allowed to leave the institution and roam the streets unsupervised for days at a time. When we come back, what Michael Kelly did with his freedom.
Charles Gibson.
We return now to the Massachusetts Treatment Center and more on the story of Michael Kelly, the man who insiders say really knew how to work the system. Here again, Cynthia McFadden.
Inside the treatment center, two-time rapist Michael Kelly was on the fast track to his eventual release. The only inmate treated personally by Dr. Robert Prenke, the treatment center's director of research.
there are numerous sources who have told us that their perception is Michael Kelly was your pet patient and that you were determined to show that treatment worked.
I can tell you categorically that that's nonsense.
But Michael Kelly says the staff did treat him differently.
I was everybody's poster boy. I was the star I was supposed to be. Yeah. And I fell. Boy, did I fall.
Kelly allowed us to tape record a conversation with him in the prison where he is now serving life.
Everything was politics. It wasn't really about who was getting the proper treatment. It's who looked good. You had to present a good package.
These guys become tremendous amateur psychiatrists. They know the lingo.
Sean Summer, one of Kelly's caseworkers, says Kelly was actually preparing the ultimate con.
A model patient who cried when he was supposed to, talked about his issues, got the appropriate support from the mental health staff, and played the game.
Played the game so well, he received the rarest of privileges. Shockingly, Kelly was allowed to roam through these neighborhoods unsupervised for days at a time, even overnight. He had so much freedom, he actually created a parallel life on the outside. Somehow, while still an inmate, he managed to buy this house and even start a family.
Yeah, I took Michael home. I took him to visit his new wife.
As I said earlier, please be empowered. When you're ready, say something. Say it again and again and again until everybody is listening. There's justice for you too.
Relative to that application? If people consent, Your Honor. Mr. Hillman, on behalf of Mr. Abbott.
My client opposes for the obvious reasons, Your Honor.
These cases are still heartbreaking for as long as I've been doing this. And for as hard as the state police, the Texas Rangers, and the Child Advocacy Center works on behalf of these children, and as courageous as these child victims, survivors have been, they affect us all.
I'm finally happy that today I'm able to seek justice for what I've been through. And I hope that be sentenced to the rest of his life in prison because he should never be let out to harm any other children. I'm not defined by my character is not defined by what you've done to me and everything I've been through. And I hope that you never see the light of day again. I hope that you're never going to be around any children. I hope that you just spend the rest of your life there and you're never let out because you're a danger to children in this society. I don't have anything else I want to say.
The conduct for which you've been convicted is perhaps the most reprehensible that I've seen. Beyond the remarkably reprehensible conduct that you perpetrated against these two young victims is the remarkable strength and tenacity that each of them have as victims, coming forward years later to reveal your conduct, then being able to withstand the rigors of the criminal justice system in the United States to pursue and continue the bravery that they displayed through their testimony in court. Your statement says it didn't happen. I don't know how they can accuse me of this. I was always good to those kids. Your ability to, I guess, self-absolve of responsibility just escapes, I would think, any stretch of human nature. I don't know how you can possibly do that in the face of the testimony of these victims in great detail of every act that you perpetrated against them, that they could remember with that detail. In fact, each of them testified to conduct beyond what was in the indicted offenses through their testimony at trial. In my view, you placed those two young victims in a psychological and emotional constraint, in a sense, incarceration. I hope that through this process they each can continue what they have been doing to free themselves of that you have robbed them of a childhood, an adolescence, a young adulthood that they otherwise would have enjoyed, but for you. You preyed upon them because you could. You took advantage of the unique ability and opportunity that you had to prey upon them, and you perpetrated that again and again. I hope that the victims in this case can stand as an example to other victims everywhere, that justice can be found years later. Having watched the video of your interviews with the Texas Ranger and the special investigator who worked in tandem with our New York State Police to bring this matter to justice, I wondered, as I prepared for today, if you realized on that second day of your interview that that was your last day of freedom on this earth, because it is. Today is your day for incarceration, Mr. Ackman. You will be incarcerated in state prison for the rest of your natural life when I pronounce sentence.
I'm finally happy that today I'm able to seek justice for what I've been through.
He deserves no mercy of this court.
Dale Betlam, appearing in his jail cell by video conference, sat in silence as the judge decided his fate. He was convicted on 4 charges of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, which is the most severe charge of its kind.
I asked the court to allow him the rest of his life to think about it every day as he sits in his cell.
A mother of one of Betlam's victims made a statement to the court. She said she is glad he will spend the rest of his life in prison. To protect the victim's identity, we have blurred her image.
All I can do is get the help she needs and try to help her through the best that I can. Dale has left a big scar on our family that will take a lifetime to heal.
She also read a statement from her child, one of Betlam's victims.
You made me your little slave and feel like I was small, like I can't do anything. I hate the way you made me feel.
Betlam has also served time for having sexual relations with a minor back in 2001. Today, he told the court that he was innocent.
Do what you like, do what you gotta do. I can't say I'm sorry for something that I didn't do, and I won't.
Did you ever think that the state of New Mexico could tell someone who they could or could not date?
That's exactly what happened to a convicted sex offender caught breaking the rules while she was on probation. News 13's Marissa Lucero has that story.
Ms. Sanchez Trujillo will be on the CCP ankle bracelet program.
Not one day behind prison walls. Christy Sanchez Trujillo, the former Jimmy Carter Middle School teacher who pled guilty to having sex with her then 13-year-old student, served her 1-year sentence at home in 2012 on an ankle monitor.
It is completely unacceptable for any adult to have sex with a minor child.
She has been on probation ever since. Sanchez Trujillo, a registered sex offender, has rules to follow while on probation that are part of the state's sex offender behavioral contract. They include disclosing, quote, all her romantic relationships. We've learned Sanchez Trujillo violated that probation. Court documents show last year she failed to tell her probation officer she had a fiancé. When she was confronted about him, she said she wasn't with him anymore and had a new boyfriend she met working at Embassy Suites, and that she didn't know if he had a criminal history. Her PPO then met with her boyfriend, who also said he had never been in any trouble. That was a lie. Probation and parole discovered he did have a criminal history involving DWI, which violates Sanchez Trujillo's contract. Her PPO told her she had to break it off with him, and if she didn't, she'd have a lot of explaining to do in front of a judge, like she did 6 years ago when she apologized for her crime.
I would like to say to my victim that I am extremely, truly sorry, and to his mother for all the pain and hurt that they have suffered.
Marissa Lucero, KRQE, News 13.
Sanchez Trujillo was sentenced to a maximum 20 years on probation. Now, she has served nearly 5 of those, which means she can now request a hearing for a judge to decide if she can be released from probation.
Let him serve 10 years of that 30-year sentence, and then as a condition of his release, have the castration performed.
That's what Stephen Bunyard and his attorney asked the judge to consider during a hearing to revoke his parole. His attorney told me Bunyard violated his parole by not paying court fees, leaving the state, and getting a DUI in Tennessee.
Given his age and his, his health, his overall health is not excellent. He knew, or I believe in his view, 15-year consecutive sentences would have essentially amounted to a life sentence for him anyway.
Stephen Bunyard has 3 sex crime convictions dating back to the 80s. 2 of his victims were over the age of 60.
His request for castration, while unusual, it was not just an attempt to get out of trouble or to get scot-free.
Thursday, he went back to court for a hearing on rape charges from April. The woman told investigators she knew him for about 10 years, but not by his real name. An investigator testified the victim waited days to report it because he had made her swear on a Bible and was afraid of him. The victim claimed she'd given Bunyard food and tried to help him. He won't be getting out of jail for at least 30 years, and if he's convicted of rape, he'll be facing life without parole.
The attack happening just moments after Christopher Elwell was sentenced to 7.5 to 15 years for sexually assaulting a 4-year-old girl. Josiah Davies, who was awaiting arraignment and a hearing on a probation violation, headbutted Elwell. The sexual assault happened in Dover back on June 24th into the 25th. The victim came over to a home where Elwell was staying. A 9-year-old and another 4-year-old girl were also there.
And they described him showing them videos of sexual acts similar to the ones that she had done.
Initially, Elwell denied the accusations, but in court Thursday, he admitted it was true. Elwell also pleaded guilty for failing to register as a sex offender, having been convicted on a different charge back in 2008.
The defendant was required to register as a sex offender and had been living at 12 Mineral Park Drive off and on, but more than 5 times a month, and had not changed his registration with the Somersworth Police Department.
The assistant county attorney also told the judge the victim's mother doesn't believe that Elwell will stop assaulting young girls and would have liked him to be sentenced to more time. The judge appearing to reluctantly accept the plea bargain, saying by doing so, it spares the young victim the pain of testifying during trial and being forced to relive the events.
Once Elwell is released from prison, he will not be allowed to have any unsupervised contact with juveniles. As for the man who assaulted him, Josiah Davies, well, according to the county attorney, that incident is under investigation by the sheriff's department, but Davies could be looking at 3.5 to 7 years in prison for the courtroom assault. Reporting live in Dover, Ray Brewer, WMUR News 9.
Well, here, the judgment came from that headbutt, or should I say those 2 headbutts. Good for him. It's sad, though. He's going to get about as much time as the damn convicted sex offender got. That part. Anyway, check it out. Ouch. That hurt. Well, that's what you get for offending people.
Are a textbook pedophile, predator in every way.
Judge Rice even lashing out at that convicted child molester, calling him a monster as well.
14.
Good evening, I'm Dave Sess.
I'm Mandy Knoll. Michael Peach admitted to molesting a child and then terrorizing the victim's family to try and cover up his crime. Today, the judge in the case sentenced him to 48 years and at one point told sheriff's deputies to get him out of his court. First News reporter Nadine Grimley has our top story at 6.
Judge Ronald Rice made some pretty strong statements this morning at defendant Michael Peach sentencing. The now 3-time convicted sex offender will be spending the next 48 years in prison.
You robbed the purity of a 9-year-old child to gratify your own perverse, sexual, pedophilic needs.
In court this morning, the 9-year-old victim's mother spoke out, saying she worked with Peach at a business that encouraged workers to bring their children to work.
What I didn't know was I was being groomed and set up to practically hand deliver my son to a predator.
I can only pray for forgiveness and know that I alone, no matter what sentence I get, I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life anyway.
Peach acknowledging that he can't take back what he did. He pleaded guilty to 18 felony charges in April, admitting he molested the child in November, and a few weeks later, in an attempt to cover up what he'd done, broke into the victim's home where he attacked and terrorized the victim's family, a plan that was thwarted when the victim's dad, who lived nearby, showed up and put his own life at risk to try to stop him.
Mr. Peach, you made a statement to the police being interviewed that you were a monster. This court fully agrees with you that you are a monster.
I think Judge Rice's sentence today sends a message that this isn't going to be tolerated in Trumbull County.
Get this defendant out of my court.
In Warren, Nadine Grimley, WKBN 27 First News.
Improper and that there is no reason to change those decisions. With respect to repugnant verdict, I have heard all before I impose sentence.
Very briefly, Your Honor. If I may.
Go right ahead.
Your Honor, people respectfully submit that no one knows the horror this defendant that he's being punished for going to trial, and as I know the court will not do.
The crimes. Let me start again. You are the father of 3 of the victims, 2 of which you've been found, or at least 3 of which you've been found guilty of sexually abusing. You did so at a time when, as a father, you should have been teaching them to grow up and teaching them how to fish, how to hunt, how to play baseball, how to do other things that could have made them happy and positive. Instead, You've ripped their lives apart. I'm paraphrasing one of your victims. I'm going to read it quote for word. They ruined my life. Every day I wish I could be a baby again so someone could take me away and save me from Janine and Goliath and I could have a better, safer life. You took that from them. You did the most vile, despicable acts that could possibly be done by one person to another. You did it to children who had nobody to protect themselves. You did it when they were defenseless. You were a parent. You were supposed to protect them, and you didn't. You've shown no remorse for your actions, and your victims may never recover. The sentence I'm about to impose is not to punish you for going to trial, but is to punish you for the underlying independent acts that you have been found guilty by a jury of your peers to have done. With respect to the first count, predatory...
There you go. Do you have a statement?
It may be appropriate to make, but I deny your application with respect to the evidentiary issues with respect...
I think you absolutely need to address the court. I would like to put on the record that I have held my innocence since the beginning. I'm not guilty regardless of the jury's decision. I love my children with all my heart, and I would do anything. I'm not this monster. They're trying to make me out to be. I'm a wonderful, caring mother. There's nothing I want more in this world than my children. I miss them so much. I've made my share of fair mistakes, but this one I will never do. I swear. Please take my words into consideration. Thank you.
Please stand. To terminate, well, I should say, and to the extent that you haven't heard these words before, this is one of the victims. I'm super upset by them. They ruined my life. I wish every day I could be a baby again so someone could take me away and save me from Janine and Goliath and I could have a better, safer life. You failed. As I indicated previously, at a time when you should have been a mother, should have been teaching baking cookies with children, taking them to Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, going to school functions, watching them play pee-wee soccer or t-ball. You were a participant in some of the most vile acts that I've ever seen. You abused a trust which is placed in an adult by a child. And I cannot ignore that. These young children appear to have been suffered greatly to now. It's therefore the judgment and the sentence of the court that on the predatory sexual assault against a child on count 6 that you be sentenced to a term of 25 years to life indeterminate to be served with the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Services. With respect to count 7, predatory sexual assault against a child, you're to serve a term of 25 years to life indeterminate with the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Services. The 2 counts are to run consecutively. Is done not as a result of his having gone to trial, but as a result of what I believe to be appropriate punishment for the conduct that he participated in. Mr. Leonardson, you indicated that in his view, he's not guilty. Well, in the view of the 12 jurors, he was. And that's what counts. There's no remorse. The conduct exhibited and testified to is beyond description. And these children have been harmed. I cannot see in any way, shape, or form any appropriate sentence but the following. On the charge, count 9 of predatory sexual assault against a child, an indeterminate term to be served with the New York State Department of Correction and Community Services of 25 years to life. On count 10, predatory sexual assault against a child, an indeterminate term of 25 years to life. On count 41, aggravated sexual abuse in the 3rd degree, a determinate term of 7 years together with post-release supervision.
Sir, you knew you had a problem. That is clear to me. You knew you had a problem from a very young age, even before you were a doctor. You could have taken yourself away from temptation, and you did not. But worse yet, there isn't a survivor who hasn't come in here and said how world-renowned you were. I trust what they say. You could have gone anywhere in the world to be treated. You could have gone to any resort, any doctor, place where you could get treatment. In Europe, they have all sorts of hidden places for things like this. No one had to know, and you could have found some treatment, some help, taken some medicine. You would have done that if you had cancer. I know you would have. You're about self-preservation. But you decided to not address what's inside you that causes this control urge, that causes you to be a sexual predator. So your urges escalated, and based on the numbers that we all know go unreported, I can't even guess how many vulnerable children and families you actually assaulted. Your decision to assault was precise, calculated, manipulative, devious, despicable. I don't have to add words because your survivors have said all of that. I don't want to repeat it. You can't give them back their innocence, their youth. You can't give a father back his life, or one of your victims her life when she took it. You can't return the daughter to the mother, the father to the daughter. You played on everyone's vulnerability. I'm not vulnerable. Not to you, not to other criminals at that podium. I swore to uphold the Constitution and the law, and I am well trained. I know exactly what to do. And at this time, I'm going to do it. And I want you to know, as much as it was my honor and privilege to hear the sister survivors, it is my honor and privilege to sentence you. Because, sir, you do not deserve to walk outside of a prison ever again. You have done nothing to control those urges, and anywhere you walk, destruction will occur to those most vulnerable. Now, I am honoring the agreement. I'm also honoring what's been requested of me. And I want you to know I'm not good at math. I have a cheat sheet. I'm only a lawyer. I know that you have a lot of education in physics and math, but I have a cheat sheet. It is my privilege on counts 1, 2, 5, 8, 10, and 18 and 24. To sentence you to 40 years. And when I look at my cheat sheet, 40 years, just so you know and you can count it off your calendar, is 480 months. The tail end, because I need to send a message to the parole board in the event somehow God is gracious, and I know He is, and you survive the 60 years in federal court first, and then you start on my 40 years, you've gone off the page here as to what I'm doing. My page only goes to 100 years. Sir, I'm giving you 175 years, which is 2,100 months. I just signed your death warrant. I need everyone to be quiet. I still have contempt powers. I told you I'm not nice. I find that you don't get it, that you're a danger. You remain a danger. I am a judge who believes in life and rehabilitation when rehabilitation is possible. I have many defendants come back here and show me the great things they've done in their lives after probation, after parole. I don't find that's possible with you. So you will receive jail credit on counts 1, 2, 5, 8, 10, and 18 of 369 days. On count 24, you will have 370 days jail credit if you are ever out, which is doubtful. You would be required to register with the Michigan Sex Offenders Registration Act, complying with all of the requirements of that act, in addition to global position monitoring system. You would wear GPS. You will pay restitution in the amount to be determined based on whatever amounts are submitted, and your attorneys can ask me for a restitution hearing so that I can determine what a reasonable amount is for the victims. I am leaving restitution open as long as those victims have issues that can be medically documented. You will comply with DNA testing and pay a $60 fee for that. I suspect that was already done, but you owe $60 back to the county for that, or law enforcement, whoever will put it in the right pocket. You must submit to HIV testing and complete counseling associated with HIV and AIDS. You must waive confidentiality and allow test results and medical information obtained from this test to be released to the court. You will pay $476 in state costs. You will pay a crime victims assessment in the amount of $130. Does counsel wish to address court costs and fines? I don't know his financial state.
Judge, he doesn't have any money to pay the court costs and fines. If the court wants to impose it, the court can impose it.
I'm not imposing any court costs and fines, and here's the reason. I don't know what he has or what he'll get in the future. The victims deserve the money. The county will survive one way or another. I'm also going to make recommendations to the Michigan Department of Corrections for mental health treatment. I understand he has some medical conditions and he should be allowed to take medicine for that. He should have individual and group counseling, treatment for sexual predators, whatever they allow. I'm also going to send a message. I'm not sure, but I believe I read an article, sir, that you were treating people in prison that don't have a license, don't commit any more crimes. I know you don't have any more lives to give, but you can't be treating people. You're not a doctor. So I'm not sure how that's happening. But I wanted to send that message. You have 21 days to appeal, 10 days to request court-appointed counsel. Do you acknowledge receipt of your appellate rights?
Your Honor, I've got the notice of right to appeal, and I'm providing it to my client now.
Do you acknowledge it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, let me just say to the media, again, I'm just doing my job. I know you all want to talk to me. My secretary has informed me that I have a growing stack of requests from print media, from television, from magazines, from around the world, literally. This story is not about me. It never was about me. I hope I've opened some doors, but you see, I'm a little stupid because I thought everybody did what I did. And if they didn't, maybe they ought to, but I do this and have been doing it. And if you don't believe me, the keeper of my words is right by my side, and lawyers who are hearing this are shaking their heads saying, yep, I've waited too long, as she lets everybody talk. Sometimes people get upset. I don't care, I get paid the same. So as to the media who want to talk with me, I'm not going to be making any statements. I know that my office, and I may have even, I don't know, it's been a long couple of weeks, conveyed that after this is over, it's just not my story. After the appellate period runs, with victims by my side to tell their stories, I might answer some more questions than what I said on the record. I don't know what more I could possibly say. But I'm not going to talk with any media person until after the appeal period, and even then, if you talk to me about this case, I will have a survivor with me because it is their story. So I wanted everybody to hear that from me. I respect all of the media outlets. You've done just a fabulous job here. There hasn't been any commotion or upset by this, and I do believe in the First Amendment, so I thank you all for being here because it's an important story for the survivors. As to today, I know that there are a lot of survivors, family members, husbands, friends, a lot of people in the courtroom. You have voices. I'm going to leave the courtroom. Defendant will leave the courtroom. The attorneys may stay. Victims, family members, survivors, you may stay in the courtroom and talk with media. You can have your own press conference right here. Spur of the moment sometimes works out the best, doesn't it? Again, I won't make a statement until after the appeal period. And again, if there's any survivor then who, at that point, if somebody wants to talk to me, I'm sure you'll be moved on to another story. But if you're not, please give your names to the victim's advocate so that I can contact you, because please, media, do not contact me on this story without a survivor. It's their story. I thank everybody in this case. Sir, I hope somewhere you have heard everybody's words, and it really does resonate with you. Anything else for the record?
Nothing on behalf of the people, I'm sorry.
Nothing but half,
No, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Lasher.
All right. So the media is asked to stay here with all those lovely people who may want to speak with you. Thank you. That's all for the record.
All right.
Mr. McNabb, are y'all ready for the sentencing hearing? You may be seated, Mr. McNabb. let's turn to the sentencing hearing. And does the state have anything it wishes to offer in the way of aggravation?
Yes, Your Honor. We have several certified copies of convictions as well as one witness that I believe is on her way here in the courthouse. The first would be State's Exhibit number 137, which is a certified adjudication order from juvenile court, case number 107-01J-0625 and 107-01J-0611. That is for disorderly conduct, where the defendant was adjudicated delinquent for that offense as a juvenile in June of 2001. State's Exhibit number 138 is also an adjudication order for case number 1007-00J-1281 and 1354, where the defendant was adjudicated delinquent for simple battery as a juvenile in January of 2001. Also case number 10799J702. This is State's Exhibit 139, which is an adjudication order from juvenile court for simple battery from November of 1999. We also have a Superior Court conviction out of the Superior Court of Bartow County. The defendant was convicted in Bartow County for theft by taking, entering a motor vehicle to commit a theft, criminal damage to property, burglary. He was sentenced on case number 2007-1989, and that was in October of 2007. That was State's Exhibit number 140. State's Exhibit number 141 is a criminal conviction for the Superior Court of Newton County, case number 2013 CR 1263-5. The defendant was convicted of theft by shoplifting and giving false information to a police officer. He was adjudicated guilty or sentenced on this particular case in the October term of 2013, and that's again State's number 141. Also State's number 142, which is a Superior Court of Newton County conviction on case number 2015 CR 02-5, where the defendant was convicted of obstruction of an officer. That again was a sentence from the January term of 2015. The state offers State's Exhibit number 143, which is the Superior Court conviction out of the Griffin Judicial Circuit, where the defendant, Christopher Michael McNabb, was convicted of obstructing and hindering a law enforcement officer felony, driving while license is suspended, driving on the wrong side of the roadway, speeding, stop sign violation, and failure to maintain lane, and that was in August of 2001. State offers Exhibit number 144, which is a conviction out of Coweta County on case number 2013-0190. And there the defendant was convicted of one count of theft by taking, and that was in, looks like February of 2003. These are all certified copies of convictions that the state has for Christopher Michael McNabb, and I'm showing them to Mr. Carter now.
Judge, I have no objection to Exhibits 140 through 144. I do object to the misdemeanor juvenile delinquent juvenile adjudications.
Judge, I know the law is clear that anything can be used in aggravation, so juvenile adjudications are admissible. I have one witness.
Well, let me finish with this first, Ms. Zahn. I'm going to admit everything into evidence. If it makes any difference to you, the misdemeanors mean nothing to me, Mr. Carter. And I would not enhance sentencing at all because of the misdemeanors.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Zahn.
Your Honor, the state calls Priscilla Faulkner, Dr. Priscilla Faulkner. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Priscilla Faulkner.
And you are a doctor?
I am.
And a doctor of what?
Psychology.
I want to draw your attention back to October the 14th of 2017. Did you have the occasion to go to the Newton County Detention Center to have contact with Christopher Michael McNabb?
I did.
What was the nature of that contact?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because the notice of this aggravation was only provided to me last night.
Yeah, why is that a concern?
Because it should have been provided prior to trial, and it was only provided last night.
Well, Judge, I learned of it yesterday, and I reached out to Dr. Faulkner and spoke with her to confirm the veracity of this. I let Mr. Carter know last night, and Mr. Carter notified me this morning that he was already aware of this.
So he's known about this, so there's no prejudice or harm because he's known.
Is that correct, Mr. Carter?
I was aware of the situation. I was not aware that it was intended to be used as aggravation.
I'm going to allow the testimony.
Okay. What was the nature of your contact with Mr. McNabb?
I was evaluating him at the request of Newton DFACS.
And did you have the occasion to be working on your computer down there at the jail while you were talking to him?
I did.
And at some point in time, did Mr. McNabb tell you to look up?
He did.
And when you looked, where was he at in relation to you?
He was probably an inch or two away from the glass, right in front of my face.
So were you separated by glass?
We were separated by glass.
And what did you see when he asked you to look?
He was wearing a turtle suit, which is something that prisoners are wearing when they're on suicide risk. And he wasn't wearing clothing under that, and he had pulled up the turtle suit and taken out his penis and was masturbating.
And did he masturbate to completion in your presence?
He did.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
No questions, Judge.
I got a question. Can I address the court, please?
Okay.
I just got one thing I want to say, and that's it.
Excuse you, Commissioner.
I'd like to say it in front of her since she's the one accusing me.
I'm willing to allow you to talk when your time comes. And your time, you can say anything you want to. Is there any further evidence in offering of aggravation?
No, Judge.
Mr. Carter, do you have any evidence to offer in the way of mitigation?
I believe Mr. McNabb would like to address the court.
Okay, you may do so. You may stand up and address the court.
I'd just like the court to know, as well as everybody at home, since this is being broadcasted for whatever reasons, that I did have on a turtle suit, and it velcros, and it wasn't on properly, and it didn't fit properly, and the velcros were not on good because they don't stick, because they've been used for so many years by so many different people, and I was not masturbating at all in front of her, period.
What the hell is that?
Link, back in the vehicle! Death dealer, move, move, move!
The thing fell off when I stood up, and that was it. There was none of that. And I would have liked to have told her that, since she was the one making the accusation. Since I'm pretty sure by the law states that I have a right to confront my witnesses who accuse me of doing wrong. So I felt like I wanted to say it in front of her, since she was the one up here slandering me. And that's all I got to say.
You sure you don't want to talk about the sentencing and all of that? That was the only thing you wanted to tell the court?
I mean, I haven't heard anything about a sentence. I was just
Sentence
commenting on that. I
for the
understand that.
charges. And I just wanted to know if you had anything you wanted to say to the court.
I mean, I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to be able to say half of it.
I don't know, because I don't know what you're going to say.
I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
Okay.
I've maintained that the whole time. I feel like there was things that were allowed to be said that should have never been allowed to be said. It didn't have nothing whatsoever to do with the case and what was being said. Just because somebody has domestic abuse issues with their spouse doesn't mean that they would put their hands on their kids, which has also been pretty much proved that I've never touched my kids in any harmful manner whatsoever. I've never harmed my kids. I didn't even hear anything that said that I had done anything to her in front of the kids. So that doesn't make sense either. And, you know, just to let the record show that I don't think I ever put my hands on her in front of those kids. And I just don't feel like just because somebody has domestic issues with the female in their life that they love, that they were just able to just say, oh, he don't love you and all that stuff just in front of everybody or whatever, which doesn't matter. But I just don't understand how you find somebody guilty of doing something to a 15-day-old baby because there was no evidence whatsoever that proved anything about me putting my hands on my kids. I've never done it. I never would. I don't believe in it. I was beat as a child, and I don't agree with it at all. And I would never do it. I would never do this. That's all I got to say. I would never do it. I'm innocent.
Well, I can make a lot of comments on what you said. I can make a lot of comments on the trial, but I know that was just be arguing with you or talking with you. I'll ask you one simple question. You claim you're innocent, so you tell me what sentence the man or woman that you claim did this should receive.
If if you ever find out who did them, they deserve to be under the jail.
Okay. So they ought to get the maximum sentence.
Most definitely.
Okay. On the crime of malice murder, I sentence you to life in confinement without parole. On concealing the death of another, I sentence you to 10 years in confinement, consecutive or after. Count one. Do you understand each of your sentences?
Yes, sir.
I want to advise you. Let's turn now to a sentencing hearing on Ms. Bell. Does the state have any evidence it wishes to offer in aggravation?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Carter, or excuse me, Mr. Frost, do you have any evidence you wish to order in mitigation?
Judge, I would just like to state that Miss Bell's crimes, as found by the jury to be guilty, were more of her being a willing victim, and that spilled over into what happened as to her children. It's terrible, and it's extremely sad that that happened. But I don't think that, and obviously she was not charged to the level that Mr. McNabb was, and I would just ask the court to take those factors. She didn't have the opportunity of having an upbringing, as I think I discussed in my closing. She had no role models for that. She was suffering from addiction and abuse, and should she have done something? Yes, she should have. She didn't, and that's what led her here. And but I think that there's through courses, coping mechanisms, things that she might learn through prison classes and afterwards, there would certainly be the possibility of her being someone who could be a productive member of society if she were to embrace some of those things and put them to use in her life. So we would ask the court to take those into consideration. Thank you.
Does your client wish to make any statements?
I didn't do this.
Stand up.
Y'all know I didn't do this.
Ms. Bell, you and I had a conversation
We did.
back in chambers on Wednesday, remember, morning? And at the time I told you there's a difference between the reality of the situation and what you think. I explained to you exactly why you were being charged with the crimes. It wasn't that you knew about the murder, it wasn't that you anticipated the murder, it wasn't that you planned the murder, any of those things. It was simply that you created an environment that caused your children to be put second and Mr. McNabb to be put first. As the state said in their closing, and they used the example of a rattlesnake being thrown into a room and the child being put into there. Well, your whole claim is I took him back because I wanted to have a family. In that analogy the state used, it's just kind of like saying your child's dead from a rattlesnake bite. Why would you put it in there? And you responded, well, I just wanted her to enjoy nature, have an appreciation of the outdoors, without appreciating the danger. Now, I'm sorry, but for you to go around chasing McNabb, doing meth, flies in the face of what any normal mother would do. We hear stories out in society, out everywhere. The mother bear, they're so ferocious. Why? Because you're messing with their child. All those kind of things. And you chose methamphetamine and McNabb over a baby.
It's a sickness, but I tried to be a good mama. I love my babies.
The problem, Miss McNabb, is that, like most criminals, you have this version of what a good mama is. that is so far from the norm that, you know, you go anywhere in this county, talk to anybody who's watching this and say, is it a good mama who doesn't even care about her 14-year-old baby? Put them with a cousin. I've known of instances where mamas won't even let in the first couple of weeks of a child's life people around the child for fear that the child's immune system hadn't been built up and they don't want germs brought into the child. They go to that extent. You went just the exact opposite direction. And there's just no excuse for that. On count, well, let's talk about this. Count 2 merges with count 1.
Yes, Judge.
What's the thought about count 3?
I think it's fine, Judge. It does not merge.
Okay. On count 1, I'm going to sentence you with 30 years, with the first 15 years to be served in confinement in the state penitentiary, the remaining time on probation. On count 3, I'm going to sentence you to 10 years in confinement and run at the same time as count 1. Now, do you understand your 2 sentences? Let the record reflect she's nodding her head slightly yes. And Ms. Bell, I'm going to give you the following rights that you have. Within 30 days, you have a right to appeal this case to the appellate level. You may start that process with a motion for new trial, which I'm going to direct the attorneys to file, just that skeleton general motion.
Yes, sir.
If at the time you decide, Ms. Bell, you can allege that your attorneys did an ineffective job. They just didn't do a good job. It has to be brought up at its earliest moment. The attorneys do not get their feelings hurt if you choose to do that. And we would appoint a conflict attorney to come in and take over the appeal. Do you understand me clearly about that? I need you to stand up first off. I need you to start verbalizing.
I understand.
Okay, because she's making a record on all this. It all has to be taken down.
And a Detroit judge explodes in anger after a courtroom outburst.
Be quiet. Take him back. Take him out. Take him out now. No. Take him out.
They don't say don't mess with Judge Vonda Evans for nothing. Just that she just was not going to have it after a defendant in a rape case today swore at her in the courtroom.
I have never heard a judge react this way, so let's get right to Jermont Terry. He is live with the video you definitely have to see. Jermont.
Karen, it's not every day you hear the F-bomb dropped multiple times inside the courtroom, and most of that was done by the judge. But that happened today here at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. The defendant, Anthony Thornton, decided on a bench trial, and the outspoken judge, Vonda Evans, gave him a mouthful when he did not like the verdict she was handing down.
On trial for rape, Anthony Thornton takes the stand in his defense.
Yes, it was me and her had consensual sex.
Oh, you had consensual sex. Okay.
I asked her.
Okay.
After hearing the evidence, Judge Vonda Evans was in the middle of giving her verdict, but Thornton kept talking.
See, when you tell one lie, you got to remember the 100 lies that you told to cover that lie up.
That wasn't no lie.
Be quiet and don't talk in my courtroom.
The judge kicks Thornton out, and that's when things heat up.
I'm innocent.
Be quiet. Take him back.
That's right.
Take him out.
That's right.
Take him out now. No. Take him out. I'm innocent.
The judge continues her verdict without Thornton present.
And the court is going to so find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to count 1 and count 2 criminal sexual conduct.
Judge Evans then orders Thornton to return, and she does not miss words.
Mr. Thornton, I'm going to address with the comment that you made. It was disrespectful for you.
I'm sorry.
To say me.
I'm sorry. Really sorry.
Thornton offers multiple apologies, but it's too late.
You were out of line?
Yes, I was, and I'm sorry. All I've been saying is how things are.
I'm saying what you said to this court.
Tears coming out of his sister's face. At that moment, that child knew. She knew she was being betrayed in the cruelest, most tragic, and sorrowful way that a child could ever be betrayed. She was being betrayed by her parent, the one person that should be there to protect their children and love them and keep them from harm. And that was the last thing that child felt before she passed on from this earth, was your utter, cruel, but betrayal to her. And I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, I have no idea, but I read somewhere that souls pick their lives, and that they know exactly how difficult their lives are going to be before they enter into this world. And I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, Ranivia O'Neill is one of the bravest souls I have ever come across in my 54 years on this planet. One of the bravest ever, ever, because she suffered so tremendously.
It's hard to describe the indescribable, especially considering age and how it makes memories dim and inaccurate at times. I don't remember plot points. I don't know what color shirt I had on. I don't know if it was blue or orange or black like the room it all happened in. I don't remember how he got me to follow him into the basement. If he bartered me with the promises of toys or candy, if he led me by the hand, or if I ran after him like any child under 7 does when around a teenage boy that they trust. But there I was, completely unaware, with no context for how familiarity with someone by no means excludes them from harming the ones that they know. If anything, it's always proved to be the currency of abuse. To know him already was to leave my heart unguarded. So imagine my surprise when I was told to do something that I've never done, or known, or seen, or heard. This act, my inability to breathe during it, the dark basements, the adults upstairs never coming to see what a 16-year-old boy might be doing with a first grader. My mother at work believing her baby to be safe, trusting that the people she left me in the care of would protect me as only she would. But there again is the contradiction of familiarity. You expect it, and the people it describes, such as family or friends, to mean that they are trustworthy. You hope their nearness makes them that. Or at least you hope to have enough wisdom to be able to discern if there is a serpent up their sleeves, but he's crafty enough to hide from even the most protective eyes. When the teenage boy, the ones whose name I will forever remember and never speak, was finished, I was able to breathe again. And he never told me not to tell, or maybe he did and I just don't remember. But what I do know is that it became a secret, because to tell someone, I thought, was to implicate myself in an act of doing something that ought not be done. Being a child, I didn't have the capacity to even consider that his evil was not also my own. I'm the one that followed him into the basement. I'm the one that whispered in between the shadows. I am the one that silenced my laugh to replace it with silence. I am the one who let him take my breath and my body from me. I didn't speak of that day until I learned of its name. I was 14 and watching an episode of Oprah, because Oprah is America's therapist. And there was a woman speaking with wet eyes and a cracked voice, and she was telling Oprah about the molestation that occurred in her home. She described the scenario in which her innocence was overcome. And as I listened to her story, I thought of the basement's darkness and what happened inside of it. What I heard from her and what I remembered sounded the same, except I'd never given it a name like she did. To me, it was just something that happened. But according to this woman, I was a victim of sexual abuse. To call it by name allowed me to connect dots. The consequences of abuse, like fear and shame and control, dominated my days, but it had a source that I could not acknowledge until it was reintroduced to me. It was not merely that a teenage boy did something to me when I was little. That's far too abstract, which mutes the heartbreaking reality of what actually happened. It was that I was molested and violated by an image bearer who did not see me as one. What happened was perversion, demonic, a tragedy, the product of a corrupted bloodline, a cursed humanity, a dying boy spreading death because he thought to steal from me would give him life. To call it by name, no matter how painful, was to make sense of it all. To put flesh on floating bones and watch it walk. If I wanted to be healed, I needed to be specific about what had been broken. I always thought that healing was an immediate act of God dependent upon the measure of my faith. Like the woman whose bleeding stopped the moment that she touched God's clothes. Though I had no hymn to hold, I had all of the time to pray. to ask God to deliver me from what that almost man did to me. But what I've come to learn of God is that his healing is gradual and unassuming. And it usually begins with the hard work and sometimes unintentional revelation that the trauma actually exists. Everything related to my molestation that needed to be healed had to be recognized first. It wasn't until my now husband began his pursuit of my heart that much of the unearthed pain surfaced. He liked me and I liked him. We followed each other on Twitter and liked each other's posts. But when we voiced our attractions for each other and he followed through, I shut down. I became hard, unfeeling, and for the life of me, I did not understand why. I wanted to love him freely. I wanted to let him hold me. I wanted to be vulnerable, but I couldn't. He wanted to lead me well, but complementarianism as it looks when lived was terrifying when I remembered what happened the last time I let a boy lead me. I learned my lesson on letting a man use my trust as food for his demons, and it made me hypervigilant, always needing answers to motivate me to action, always questioning things so I had enough information to guarantee safety. How could I know that this new boy wouldn't be and do the same? That he actually wanted me and not just my body? What proof did I have that I'd be able to breathe when he was in the room and that I wouldn't have to hold my breath until he finished? Trauma makes you inquisitive, you know? It makes you doubt everything and everybody. It makes you squint your eye at the familiar, rummage through your memories and project what you gathered onto anybody that might mimic it. It makes you afraid to be yourself, to be honest, to have faith in anything other than God and your own feeble attempts at self-preservation. It makes you jealous when you see people, other people, who only held their breath underwater and not in basements, so they have no fear of swimming in the dark. When you see a woman be held by their lover and they love it, they don't resist his affection for fear of what it might mean or do. They delight in his love and they tell him why. They don't see vulnerability as a threat but a gift. The sexually traumatized can only imagine a world where they don't have a ghost in their bedroom at all times. I cannot tell you how frustrated I still am because it does not matter how much theology I have attained now, I am still affected by what happened to me then. Even though my mind does not remember all of the details, my body does. I am all of 30 and I still feel like a 7-year-old on most days. I am still so fearful of following anybody, anywhere. I have made a living out of showing people how to breathe, but here I am still holding my breath. Still wondering if when I surface, there will be someone to say, Jackie, you will be okay. At this point, heaven is my ultimate hope of healing. It isn't that God is not healing me now, because he is. He is using my husband's patient love, my community's constant ear, and my therapist's insight to mend me, but I am not satisfied with that. And I don't believe that I have to be. This incomplete healing is what propels my hope for a more sufficient one. A healing that is not limited by space and time. A healing that isn't undone by what triggers me here. There in heaven is when I will be made whole, and not merely by faith, but tangibly. I will see it. I will feel it. I will know it. I won't need a sermon or a podcast or a conference to convince me. It will be an eternal reality, because there what is mortal will be swallowed up by life. This body, with all of its fear and shame, will be done anew. I will no longer have to force myself to think on whatever is good and pure. I will do it on its own accord. Whatever memories I will have, they won't have any control over me. They will remind me of Jesus and how he suffered too, how men made in his image did not recognize him as God. They abused his body before killing it, but they could not control the body nor the God that they abused. His resurrection is all of the proof that I need that he will make all things new, and not just this world and the heavens and the church, but me, my mind and my heart and my body will resurrect into something glorious. In heaven, I won't have to hide behind the delusion of strength to protect myself from pain. I will still be weak as all humans are, but I will be stronger than I have ever been. In heaven, I won't have to be afraid of intimacy. The one flesh union between spouses And the closeness experience between Christians of all kind is but a metaphor of what is to come. Here I am constantly finding leaves to cover my nakedness, but there we will be completely exposed and yet unashamed of what our neighbors will see. They will see us for what we are and what we've always wanted to be, which is free. In heaven, there will be a man that has never taken advantage of me. A man that has always used his power to serve, a man who unrobed to cover my shame. I have followed him out of darkness and into light, and with him I can breathe at all times. There he is, seated at the right hand of his Father and mine, fully victorious, not only over my sin, but also over what the sins of other people have done to me. Neither their sin or mine was missed during the crucifixion. Jesus sees and settles the dust that the devil kicks up around us. The serpent, though crafty, is still a created thing who will bow before the King one day. The devil and the death that he brings will die, and this is our hope, that all will be made right one day. Even when it doesn't feel like it, there will be a new heaven and a new earth with new people living on it, people that we can know well and trust thoroughly. And don't think that when I speak about heaven, I am disregarding the trauma of today. I speak about heaven because it reminds me that today and all of its troubles are not eternal. So I can be honest about my struggle without being cynical, and I can look forward to what is to come without being negligent. Jesus is healing me, and Jesus will heal me. It is a already and not yet reality that has made my days much brighter. Yes, it hurts still, but what has happened to me or us won't hurt forever. Trauma will not have the final say. Jesus will.
And I can't think of a better note to end this video on. Please be empowered. And I'll see you in the comments, beautiful people.